class and went on to do other theory classes. It was later on the principal was asking me what happened. And I said, nothing happened. That I didn't say any reason why somebody was going to barge into my class, just simply because I was your young lady.
Younger generation, what I will tell you is that as long as you have a positive attitude to everything and see the opportunity that it brings your way, you draw what I would call positive energy. Positive energy gives you space, gives you strength. As you start your life, even as a young girl, it was important that that discipline that is being instituted in you as a young person, appreciate it. It will come in and be one. It is about your value system.
So, my dear sisters, don't let any man tell you that you are inferior to them. In my class at Ife, we are 14 doing political science. I was the only lady, and I got the first class now. Hard work, prayer, commitment, determination. If you cannot get a job, learn a skill. I know people who are lawyers, they are running restaurants, they are baking. Learn a skill, look for something that you can do that will bring money for you. It is important for you to have financial, economic independence. Any woman, then you can raise your head high. People will respect you. Your children will love you. Your children will respect you. Even your husband will also respect you. And your colleagues will respect you.
As a child, from age 4, I was enrolled in Brownie. And really, for me, at that time, I'm talking about 1951, 52. It was an innovation in Nigeria then. And I also was raised in Mina, then in northern state of Nigeria, it's in Niger State. And I would say it was a new thing in that location for a girl child to be enrolled in programs like that. So, but later on in life, my father told me that the day I was born, he knew I was going to be a star.
Well, to God be the glory. I have been in the system, University of Lagos for 1980 until 1st of March 2021 when I retired. And I've encountered so many young women. I've taught so many who see me as a role model, as a mentor. The message I pass on to them is that it's not about what happened to you. It's about your reaction to what has happened to you.
One of the challenges I had was that one lecturer looked down on me. And that day was gymnastics. The class that he was to teach, history class, they just came in with their chairs to fill the hall. But I was bold enough. I told the student, don't stop your activities. Continue as if nobody had entered. But when they realized I wasn't going to back out, shamefully, they carried their chairs and left. I didn't know. The principal of the college heard what was happening and was expecting me to run crying to him. I didn't go to nobody. I just stood my ground, finished my class, and went on to do other theory classes. It was later on the principal was asking me what happened. And I said, nothing happened. That I didn't say any reason why somebody was going to barge into my class, just simply because I was your young lady.
Younger generation, what I will tell you is that as long as you have a positive attitude to everything and see the opportunity that it brings your way, you draw what I would call positive energy. Positive energy gives you space, gives you strength. As you start your life. Even as a young girl, it was important that that discipline that is being instituted in you as a young person, appreciate it. It will come in and you want it. It is about your value system.
So, my dear sisters, don't let any man tell you that you are inferior to them. In my class at Ife, we are 14 doing political science. I was the only lady, and I got the first class now. Hard work, prayer, commitment, determination. If you cannot get a job, learn a skill. I know people who are lawyers, they are running restaurants, they are baking. Learn a skill, look for something that you can do that will bring money for you. It is important for you to have financial, economic independence. Any woman, then you can raise your head high. People will respect you. Your children will love you. Your children will respect you. Even your husband will also respect you. And your colleagues will respect you.
As a child, from age 4, I was enrolled in Brownie. I really, for me, at that time, I'm talking about 1951, 52. It was an innovation in Nigeria then. And I also was raised in Mina, then in northern state of Nigeria, it's in Niger State. And I would say it was a new thing in that location for a girl child to be enrolled in programs like that. So, but later on in life, my father told me that the day I was born, he knew I was going to be a star.
Well, to God be the glory. I have been in the system, University of Lagos for 1980 till 1st of March 2021 when I retired. And I've encountered so many young women. I've taught so many who see me as a role model, as a mentor. The message I pass on to them is that it's not about what happened to you. It's about your reaction to what has happened to you.
One of the challenges I had was that one lecturer looked down on me, and that day was gymnastics. The class that he was to teach, history class, they just came in with their chairs to fill the hall. But I was bold enough. I told the student, don't stop your activities. Continue as if nobody had entered. But when they realized I wasn't going to back out, shamefully, they carried their chairs. I left. I didn't know. The principal of the college heard what was happening. I was expecting me to run crying to him. I didn't go to nobody. I just stood my ground, finished my class. I went on to do other theory classes. It was later on the principal was asking me what happened. And I said, nothing happened. That I didn't say any reason why somebody was going to barge into my class, just simply because I was a young lady.
Younger generation, what I will tell you is that as long as you have a positive attitude to everything and see the opportunity that it brings your way, you draw what I would call positive energy. Positive energy gives you space, gives you strength. As you start your life, even as a young girl, it was important that that discipline that is being instituted in you as a young person, appreciate it. It will come in and you want it. It is about your value system.
So, my dear sisters, don't let any man tell you that you are inferior to them. In my class at Ife, we are 14 doing political science. I was the only lady, and I got the first class now. Hard work, prayer, commitment, determination. If you cannot get a job, learn a skill. I know people who are lawyers, they are running restaurants, they are baking. Learn a skill, look for something that you can do that will bring money for you. It is important for you to have financial, economic independence. Any woman, then you can raise your head high. People will respect you. Your children will love you. Your children will respect you. Even your husband will also respect you. And your colleagues will respect you.
The problem of youth unemployment is one of the biggest challenges facing Africa as a continent. Almost all the 54 African countries with a combined population of 1.2 billion people have very high unemployment rates among the youth. This represents a very serious danger to the economic, social, and political stability of the continent. Nigeria is the most populous country in Africa, with more than 180 million people, the majority of which are under the age of 30, contributing significantly to the vibrant workforce on the continent. However, the youth unemployment rate has remained high over the years, about 18.8% of the active labor force of 85.1 million people in third quarter of 2017. Therefore, creating millions of jobs in Nigeria will directly contribute to reducing poverty, hunger, insecurity, and political instability in Africa. Based in Lagos, Nigeria, the Center for Values in Leadership, CVL, is dedicated to equipping young people with values and leadership skills. CVL champions initiatives that provide solutions to the problem of youth unemployment as catalysts toward total eradication of poverty, hunger, insecurity, terrorism, and political instability in Africa. CVL advocates capacity building, skills enhancement, and economic empowerment as sure ways of getting Africa out of poverty, especially among the youth, women, and girls. With this firm belief, CVL initiated the Young Entrepreneurship Training Program, YETP, a holistic approach towards youth economic, social, and leadership development. The YETP guarantees quality entrepreneurship and business management skills training, which increases young people's ability to generate good business ideas, business models, and business plans. These skills empower them to set up micro, small, or medium-scale businesses that will establish their financial sustainability and a well-secured and dignified future.
CVL is involved in a program of empowering young people to be entrepreneurs, to be people who create value, create wealth for their own good and for the benefit of general economy. For very clear and specific reasons, no society that leaves a significant number of its people behind can prosper in a sustainable manner.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2022 edition of the annual Center for Values in Leadership lecture, where we x-ray topical issues that affect us as a people and as a country. Today is February 7th, and this ritual holds every year to celebrate an icon. He creates a platform for us to discuss very salient issues that can advance humanity. My name is Jide Benson, and I'm the Master of Ceremonies. As we begin, I'd like to respectfully request that we all please put our phones on silent mode or on vibrate mode. Please put your phone on the silent mode or on vibrate mode. If you're using an iPhone 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, or 18, kindly put your phone on silent. If you're using a Tecno, Infinix, Gionee, or any of those phones, off your phone. You heard what I said, off your phone. As a matter of fact, open the back of your phone, remove the battery, put the battery in your bag, and put the phone in your jackets. Yeah, there's a way all these phones, once the battery is close to the phone, it can just start to ring. You know those phones that are television, radio, modem, and everything. All right, our phones are off now. Shall we please rise? Although one of the few things that unites us as a people. And while that is on, I'd respectfully request that there be no movement except you're a photographer or you're part of the media crew. Everybody, please stand at attention. Shall we please rise for the national anthem? And this will be brought to us by TK. He's a classical musician, and he will be doing it in a very stylish manner. Please let's stand for the national anthem. Ushers, nobody comes in at this time and nobody goes out once it begins. Thank you for respecting the Federal Republic of Nigeria. God bless.
Arise, O Nigeria's call obey. To serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith, and labor on. Our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and mind, one nation bound in freedom, peace and unity. The nation bound in freedom, peace and unity.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, TK. Thank you for a wonderful performance. I'd like to take a moment to recognize distinguished guests in our midst this morning. And this will go on all through the course of the event. And it's in no particular order of preference. Our theme for this year is Economic Evolution of Life After COVID-19, Measures to Rebuild Economies in Africa. This morning, we have with us a man who needs no introduction, and it's his birthday. Please put your hands together for Professor Pat Utomi. And as always, he's accompanied by his wife, who's seated. Please put your hands together for Professor Mrs. Isioma Utomi. And of course, we have an eminent lineup of persons who are going to speak at different points today. Our chairman of the occasion is a man who has spent decades in the service of Nigeria. At one point in history, he was a presidential aspirant. At a point in history, he was a chief economic advisor to the president. He is the chairman of the board of trustees of the Nigeria Conservation Foundation, and he belongs to a league once referred to as Super Permanent Secretary. It's my singular honor and privilege to recognize Isioma Philip Asiodu, seated to my left. Thank you for your time, sir. Also with us this morning is a diplomat, a lawyer, a banker, and an academic. He's a former presidential aspirant and has thrown his heart in the ring again He's a former deputy. He was a deputy governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Professor Kingsley Moghalu. It's now my pleasure to invite for the welcome address, Professor Pat Utomi. Please put your hands together for him as he comes.
Our very dear chairman of the occasion, very, very distinguished Izoma, Philip Asiodu, our very, very many distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to crave your indulgence to shift slightly from the tradition. For 19 years in this particular format, and actually for 25 years, we have had a talk fest on the 6th of February, and when that day falls on a Sunday or Saturday, the Monday that follows. And that talk fest usually focuses on aspects of human development. And generally, it inclines towards a broader continental focus. Sometimes it can be a Nigerian focus, but typically it's broader in terms of the humanity of the African. And I have usually spoken in opening remarks to the subject matter for that symposium, the theme for that particular symposium. I have some of those remarks written and already available in the brochure that we typically produce, one of which I think is with you. But I thought that it might be useful to provide perhaps a backgrounder to why CVL exists and kind of speak to a few things that have come as a result of that motivation. And so I plead with you to indulge me a little on that journey. The presentation, as it were, will be projected because we are hybrid. There are those who are joining us from around the world virtually. And I want to share this. And part of the reason this reflection is important is that we learned many, many years ago from St. Augustine that the unexamined life really is not worth living. And so the idea of an examination of conscience is a task that is daily put before people who want to have a fair sense for the trajectory they're traveling. How did we get to CVL? What was the motivation? I'd like to say that in many of the interviews that I have been privileged to grant in the course of my career, it's a question that comes repeatedly. Why do you take on so many courses? And I skirt around those many times, not wanting to speak to the base reason out of a certain need for, I know the right word, not completely exposing yourself, if you will. But today I want to formally admit to why I take on this stretch. In 1980, my father passed away at the age of 52. I was in the United States in school, and I had to come home for the funeral. When I got to JFK to get on the Nigeria Airways flight to Lagos, there was something that had not happened before that I can't remember it ever happened before. Time Magazine and Newsweek were on display as usual in the newsstands, and they had exactly the same words on their cover. Very unusual thing. And those words were the world over a barrel. That was when oil prices hit $40 for the very first time. It was considered impossible. And this story bears telling because we have Izoma, Asiodu with us, and he knows a thing or two about those things. We don't write history very well, but really, truly, here's the father of Nigeria's oil industry. Well, I got on the plane and arrived Lagos, and I could see that cover on display. What do I mean by I could see that cover on display? Oil prices had gone through the roof. That was all the cover said. And when I got to Lagos, you could see people leaving the oil price. Kind of grew up around Adirogunso and Surulere. And of course, my destination as I arrived was in that direction. And I suddenly found that every street in Surulere was barricaded. Well, a part of the reason was not for security, as we do today. People were having parties and shutting down streets. If you had to have a party that people would talk about, you had to close down the streets. There was can beer everywhere. Nigerians were drinking beer they could not pronounce the name. And as they drank the beer, they tossed the can out of the window of the bus. And so Lagos was the biggest dustbin in the world. And I took all of this in. I thought something unsavory was unfolding. And when I returned to the United States, I wrote a piece, which I sent to my friend Ray, who was an editor of the Sunday Times, I believe, to publish. There was a fear of oil and what Nigeria could become. By the way, one of the things I also found out was the people who were foolish enough to think they were rich would have parties and have a bucket of champagne for people to wash their hands in, just to prove that they had money. So I wrote something about it. But afterwards, I gave some reflection to what I had written. Well, shortly after, my PhD thesis was done, and I was on my way back to Nigeria. And part of the research for that PhD thesis involved spending a lot of time interviewing people like Chief Asiodu, who is here, and many of his former colleagues. And I realized that if I returned to Nigeria, or when I returned to Nigeria, because there was never an if, I actually left the US the very day my PhD thesis was accepted to return to Nigeria. But I left in such a hurry, some of my friends asked me if I had committed a crime I was running from, because I didn't even wait to collect a copy of my dissertation. The way it worked, once you send it to the bindery, they forwarded it to graduate school. It took a friend of mine, Folu Ogundimu, to pick up my own copies of my dissertation from the bindery. and to hold it until I came for commencement several months after. And so on my way back home, I like to call it the famous flight to Lagos. I was full of reflections about the life I was going back to in Nigeria. And one thing that was clear in my head was that I was going to be criticizing many things because I had seen a lot evidently going wrong in the country. Somewhere along the line, I had to reach an accommodation with a source of light and strength, the Creator. And I kind of made a small pact. I said, I need the strength to do what is important when I get home, but I want a favor. I want to be able to have the discipline to do something, no matter how feeble, about anything that I criticize, and not just to talk and walk away. And this is the source of all the troubles that I have had. Because every time I have criticized, I've tried to look for some solution, and I've tried to privately do something about it. As I returned to Nigeria, the first thing that confronted me, very strangely, was the passing away of somebody that I knew was pretty successful. He was dying of cancer, and very strangely, I thought, he pleaded with his wife that, you know, you can see my brother's already struggling for my property while I'm still alive. I can imagine what will happen when I pass. Please don't fight with them, because if they kill you, there'll be nobody to raise the children. Of course, he passed. And this woman went very, very quickly from living in a mansion to literally being homeless, and was accommodated thanks to a friend of the husband in a 2-bedroom multi-block apartment. That upset me enough that I wrote an article that was titled "The Agony of a Nigerian Widow." Now that I had written something about it, I realized that I had to do something about it, since that was my promise. And I began a journey that is still going on till today. I founded a center to support poor widows. I won't tell the story of the evolution of the center, but it took formal shape about 30 or so odd years ago. But before that, we had a number of activities pulling together our lawyer friends to offer pro bono services to widows that had been put in a particular situation. Now, from that beginning of the Widow Support Center, a number of activities have really talked that a number of activities have been pulled out of me because of issues that I have intervened in terms of the comments I've made. And if Gift & Co would just run that small slide presentation, I'll speak to one of them. Okay. You know, the whole sense of my response to the widow challenge. By the way, these are activities from just this last December of the Widow Support Center. We had like 300 of them at an event in December last year. This center, which has been around for decades, has impacted and influenced and affected for some good, we think, the lives of quite a number of women. Now, one of the things that I was also concerned about as I returned to Nigeria and began to engage with society was the poor quality of public conversation. I happened to be part of a school of thought as projected by Jürgen Habermas, the contemporary German philosopher, often referred to by many as the philosopher of the public sphere, that modernity and democracy are truly defined by rational public conversation. And for me, if there was something that was in short supply in Nigeria, it was rational public conversation. Now, this has led me in a number of directions of overstretch, just trying to generate public conversation. Back in the 80s, there was a time when I was writing 3 different columns a week in 3 different newspapers, not syndicated, different columns. Some of us who may recall will know that on Tuesdays, I wrote a column in the Vanguard that was titled Thinking Aloud. It was about public life generally, policy issues and politics. I wrote one in the Business Concord that was titled The Economy, that focused mainly on matters economic. And I did an op-ed piece every Thursday in The Guardian at the same time as I held down a full-time position as an executive in industry. The stories are written about how I eventually stopped writing those because some friends of mine told another friend if I thought I was the only person in Nigeria and why I would be doing all these things. And so I thought, I didn't know I was upsetting people. So I stopped writing the columns. And then very quickly, the same people complained that they must have seen me. So my belly is now full and I'm not complaining anymore. But this is a classic experience I've had being Nigerian. You do, you're damn. You don't, you're damn. But in this course of driving up rational public conversation, I've had to try and imitate and borrow in areas where we thought we could ratchet up things. And about 22 years ago, I started a television program. It's called Patito's Gang. And what we tried to do was bring together knowledgeable people who could scream as much as possible at each other on issues in contention in the public sphere. I've had to keep this television program on air for 22 years from my pocket. Because in Nigeria, a typical corporate way, even though the look at numbers is what you should, how many people are watching, can we advertise on it? You guys speak too candidly. We don't want them to think that we are supporting people who speak up kind like that. So corporate Nigeria has done pretty little, and we have, because we made this commitment, kept that running for 22 years. It's a longer story. There'll be a book on Patito's Gang someday. But it has gone from being a 90-minute show that appeared on every major television station in the country to a dedicated 30 minutes program today on Channels Television. Essentially because of the challenge of financing it, but we have refused to give up on that platform for public conversation. And part of the reason is that, again, besides the Habermas factor, if you will, I desire to see us build a country of citizens. And I draw this, if you will, feeling from engaging with how the old Greek society saw human beings. As you know, the Greeks thought of human beings at 3 levels. At the base level, the human beings who think only of themselves. And they chose to call those people idiots. And then at a higher level, people who care only about those they have some parochial affinity with, language, blood, color, whatever. And they call those tribesmen or tribalists. But those who feel a shared community with humanity, they call citizens. And the engagement of citizens ultimately produces ideas in a marketplace, which leads to human progress. And because of that, I have pursued working down that track. Another territory that has cost us this stretch is the territory of civil society. Our engagement with civil society has gone through a variety of, we'll probably go through hundreds of different organizations that we have been part of setting up, ending up with CVL. When I first came back, there used to be a collection of us who met on a daily basis at the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs. Nigerians from some of the best universities in the world, really bright people. I can tell you for free that I was one of the dummies in the group. And we would spend hours just discussing what to do about Nigeria. And I called that group the Congress of Concerned Citizens. We began a number of activities at levels that we thought got to people at the base. That's why we all wrote newspaper columns and stuff like that. And we engaged at higher levels, even publishing a journal called Spectrum, which Dr. Femi Aribisala edited at the time, and we engaged Izoma, Asiodu, in one of the episodes of Spectrum on counterpoints. So that era literally ended with the return of all of the, I think when we started, we were like about 19 of us who used to get together at NII every day. At a point in time, only 3 of us were still left in Nigeria. All the others had left, had gone back. And it led to my writing an article, an op-ed piece in The Guardian some years ago titled The Generation That Left Town. Was an African-American gentleman called Chuck Mike who was using theater to communicate a social change. And they used to have sessions just around the corner there at the theater, Randall. I was thinking of the Randall Hall or Randall theater just by the roundabout there. And I became one of the members of the board, and we spent plenty of time working with artists on communicating change. That's when I actually got to know Ms. Ajayi Lycett. We had many meetings in my home at the time. And how do we communicate change using theater? Then, of course, a rush of challenges in the country. AIDS became an issue. I was part of Stop AIDS. Then a young man called Gwenga Chesson ran into me about the tech space, emerging IT, the challenges, ethics of IT, and Paradigm Initiative Nigeria was founded, and its impact has been very significant. Challenge of women. I speak frequently about how this country sub-optimizes, shortchanges itself because it does not use enough of God's gift to it. And the fact that this country does not use women enough, something so shameful. If you see what Rwanda and small African countries have done in the ratios of women in their cabinet, in public office, in all kinds of places, you will know that there is need for a revolution in Nigeria. And so I am proud to be chairman of the board of Women Arise with Okeodumaki. And we can go on and on, but leadership became the main concern at the point. I wrote a book titled Why Nations Are Poor. And that book was built on a framework that looked at a number of interdependent variables that impact one another and ultimately then determines how progress takes place. Amongst those variables are the policy choices that were made, the strength of their institutions, human capital, entrepreneurship, and values, culture, because culture shapes human progress. But who sets the tone of culture? Leadership. And so we thought that we could commit most of the rest of our life to working with young people to understand that leadership is about sacrificial giving of self for the good of others. It's about competence and compassion and commitment in service that allows you to earn immortality. Not about this obsessive self-love to buy SUVs, buy houses in countries that you are paying tax in, that you don't visit more than a few days a year, and the kinds of things that have dominated popular culture in Nigeria. And this is why the Center for Values in Leadership was founded and has engaged in a series of programs to just help young people basically understand that. And so today, I have chosen to make this the object of my opening remarks, because understanding where we are coming from is what this is all about. And one of the things that it has done, of course, pushed us in fields of trying to get people to understand entrepreneurship, get young people to become passionate about entrepreneurship, CVL programs on entrepreneurship, taking us around. Sometimes we've gotten support and collaboration from a number of institutions, banks in doing that, but we don't get enough to do that. There's plenty of work required if we're going to get a demographic dividend off of our youth bulge that will make our young people more entrepreneurs. And finally, these pressures have led me into participation in public life because it is important to tell people that politics is far too important to live in the hands of people who call themselves politicians. I am convinced that this country will not make progress until we begin to scorn professional politicians, hold them in contempt, and let citizens get into public life to make a difference for their country and return to whatever they are doing from time to time. I say this, it's not the hard and fast rule, but I say that a person who is in public office for 12 straight years without breaking to go to his business is a parasite, a social parasite. And I think that this is what we must all continue to do to save our country. And I thank you for listening to me today.
Thank you very much, Professor Utomi, for giving of yourself and for not being a parasite. Some say they love Nigeria so much, that's why they want to continue to serve. All right, I'll take a moment to make a very special request of us. All right, I see that we're all scattered. So I'd like to respectfully request that we all please move forward to occupy the first 5 rows alone. So if you're seated 1, 2, 3 behind the gray-haired lady, I ask that you either level up with her or be in front of her. So gentlemen and ladies, let's all please come forward. And as we move forward, our lives will move forward. As we move forward, our businesses, as we move forward, our fortunes will move forward. As we move forward, petrol will never finish in your generator. As you move forward, never finish on your phone. Your data will never run out. Your car will never have a flat tire. Your engine will never knock. You will never be in traffic in the city of Lagos. A plane will never witness turbulence. Movement going. Please, let's keep moving. Thank you, thank you, thank you. A few of us have refused to move. I'm going to pick on you. Yes, you, that lady in glasses. Yes, you have to move. Yes, we need the cameras to be able to capture us all together, and that's why I'm making this request, please. Thank you very much. My friend from Bombay, do you want to move forward, please? Thank you. We want to make this place like the happiness center. By the time we're all in front, everybody will be happy. Thank you, and thank you. All right, please let me take a moment to do a few recognitions. I'd like to recognize the presence of the former Chief Economic Advisor to the President, and he's one of our panelists for today, Professor Osita Ogbu. Please stand to recognize Professor Ogbu. Also with us this morning is the Vice Chancellor of Benson Idahosa University, Dr. Sam Gobadia. Please stand to recognize Dr. Gobadia. Also from Benson Idahosa University is the Registrar, Mr. Vincent Otoye. Please stand to recognize Mr. Otoye. Thank you. We also have the former Managing Director and CEO of Nigeria LNG Limited, Dr. Godswill Ihetu. Please stand to recognize Dr. Ihetu. And last but not the least, for this round of recognitions, we have a diplomat, Ambassador Joe Keshi. Ambassador Joe Keshi, please stand to be recognized. Okay, the next item on the program is opening remarks by the chairman. But before I invite him to make his remarks, I'd like to share a little story. And then I'll wrap it up with what I know that he's more than able to do. So my mother was a federal civil servant. For emphasis, she worked in the protocol departments of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And part of her remit was that when VIPs are traveling out of Nigeria or returning, she always had to be on duty. And so on this particular day, Izoma Philip Asiodu had just returned from one of his many trips and said, "Oh, Mrs. Benson, how are you?" And greeted her. This is the story she told me, by the way. And he gave her a wristwatch. It was a very nice wristwatch. And around that period, I had been at one of my best behaviors. And when my mother got home, she gave the wristwatch to me. I was about 16 years old. And every time I wore the watch, I always felt like a big boy. And it afforded me the opportunity to roll with the big boys. Now, that's not the story. Sir, I lost that watch. I was very careless. I don't know how it disappeared, but I just woke up one morning and I couldn't find it again. But I know that what God cannot do does not exist. You gave it to my mother then, and she gave it to me. I know that today you will give it to me by yourself. I know that before. I know that that watch is in your pocket. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together for Izoma Philip Asiodu as he comes forward to make his chairman's opening remarks. And immediately after, he will take his seat where he belongs. Can I have an usher please accompany him? Please, thank you very much.
I can stand a little bit. Well, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, especially Professor Utomi, whose your birthday is exactly today. Or it was yesterday. Good. Now, I feel quite privileged to join in welcoming you all to this occasion. Those who are seated here and those who are joining us by Zoom, thanks to modern technology. Well, there are two things first. I would want to congratulate Professor Utomi for initiating, but more important, sustaining this annual lecture and symposium series. I think this will be the 19th. You know, in Nigeria, things are never sustained. And that is part of our problem. I remember, I don't know how many years ago, but I think 1983 or so, I think he had just got his PhD, and about 8 of them came to Nigeria. And he came to see me. I was there briefly. You know, I retired 4 times. That was before my second retirement. I was briefly Chief Economic Advisor to President Shehu Shagari. And he had some very good intentions. And these days we talk about quota, merit, no merit, just quota. And at that time, I don't know how many members of cabinet, maybe about 18 or so, but there were 6 special advisors. And the special advisors had effectively more power than the ministers. And of the 6 special advisors at his second coming, only 1 was from the north. And of course, we had some programs. It's a pity that because of the first administration, his first administration, and what had happened about rice and no rice, and all kinds of corruption, which, by the way, is child's play compared with what we have seen these days. Because of that, the coup was already ready. In fact, during his first term, when sorry to divert, but gives us a background, you know, when we were ex-civil servants, we are retired, later my Jordan and myself. The head of security at the time told us within 2 years that the elements of the coup were ready. They were just waiting for a leader, you know. Anyway, it was removed. But the point I wanted to make was that he came and saw me then. There were about 8 of them who had just come back. They were full of good ideas about moving Nigeria forward. Reminded me of my days when we were students abroad. Even before you finished your last paper, you booked your passage back home because you knew something was waiting and the climate was good. And we were still merit-driven. And so we were talking about the future. I don't know if he remembers. I said, okay, it's all very good. These are our plans, but things are very difficult here. And I wonder in 5 years' time, how many of you will remain? Well, he has told us before how many went back. But I think of the 8 of them, only 2 are here. He is still very active, worried about the future, planning for our progress, and so forth and so on. The other 6 have gone back to diaspora. He's there. Where is the second one? That's the second. Yes, but he has become, I don't know what you people describe it as. It's not a philosopher, it's not a theologian. When I read him, I'm very confused, to say the least. But that is that, you know. This brings me to the point I want to make. The theme of today is post-COVID things we have to do to the economy in Nigeria and Africa, you know. But I want to say that we shouldn't make COVID a scapegoat. Reflect for the past 3 decades, 2 or 3 decades, which African countries have made good progress in economics, political stability, unity? Maybe 2 or 3, certainly not Nigeria. Now, the CVL has assembled a very good team of erudite keynote speakers and panelists. But we will listen to them. I'm sure it will be very instructive. The questions and answers will be very stimulating. But we must bear in mind that lack of economic progress, lack of good governance, lack of maintaining, when we were still in service, if somebody came here from abroad wishing to invest with his good ideas, we had our rules of incentives and all that, within 4 weeks, he will get a site where he's going to locate his industry. He will get confirmation of the incentives we would have, and he'll go away. And make sure he invested. And you know that we were progressing quite well just before independence and after independence, about 6% per annum. After the Civil War, between 1970 and 75, we were progressing at 11.75% per annum. And then there was the coup of 1975, followed by the destruction of the public services, followed by the enthronement of impunity. And of course, you know that for the next 20 years, average growth rate became 2%. In fact, in 1980-81, it was negative. And we kept producing more Nigerians at 3% per annum, you know, and this has continued. So when I say we shouldn't make COVID a scapegoat, we now have, I think, 95 million Nigerians living under $2 per annum, or 3, yeah. 11 million children out of school. etc., etc. It's really doleful and shouldn't be. Whereas if we had not stopped planning and the discipline which planning entails, and had continued growing at even 10% per annum for another 10 years after the change of government in 1975, implementing the plans which had been made. By 1999, I don't think there will be any illiterate in Nigeria. We would have done for the black race what the Japanese did for the yellow race under the Meiji Restoration. And today will be a different matter. So I look forward to the prescriptions which will be given. But I must say that I was happy, I was invited, I participated. Over the last 3 days, in what they call 2022 Transition Committee, where they are trying to, Professor Moghalu was there too, trying to achieve a consensus on leadership, good governance, planning, etc., to take Nigeria forward. I remember as a child reading Zeke's book, published in 1937, Renaissance Africa, where he was thinking good things, not just about Nigeria, about Africa, because he was a Pan-Africanist. I've been with Padmore, John Dubois, and the rest in America. And then, well, I don't know how many of you here are aware of the 1938 convulsion in the youth movement. I just want to refer to it. At that time, Nigerians weren't so divided noisily about ethnicity. It's the abandonment of the pursuit of meritocracy. If, for instance, as planned, by the turn of last century, there was no illiterate, education was not degraded, education was functional and empowering. The plans, first priority then and as now, was agro-allied industries. You know, there is no state which cannot process what it produces to the point where it can be delivered internationally. And if you don't do so, the terms of trade will continue to militate against you and compound our poverty. So I look forward to the prescriptions which I have. But they will apply. It's true, COVID has shaken us up. But the things we are talking about are things which should have been happening, should continue to happen, pandemic or no pandemic. I'm glad that we've assembled a good team of erudites, experienced speakers, panelists. I think from the discussions which would follow, we should have a very stimulating and productive session. Once again, I thank you all for joining us.
Thank you very much, Professor Isioma Philip Asiodu. We heard him quoting copiously, and he spoke off the cuff. Just put your hands together for him once again, as a man who's earned his reputation. All right. Professor Moghalu has asked me to tell you all that those of you who came early will be members of his cabinet when he becomes president next year. So he's asked me to request that you all please put your phones on silent one more time. And so on that note, that I'd like to ask future Mr. President to please rise as I read his citation. Please stand, Professor Kingsley Moghalu. Kingsley Moghalu is a former deputy governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria and the founder of Sagato Strategies, a global emerging markets investment advisory and facilitation firm, and the Institute for Governance and Economic Transformation, a public policy think tank. He served as deputy governor of the Central Bank from 2009 to 2014, leading the execution of extensive reforms in the Nigeria banking sector and the payment system, and was subsequently appointed Professor of Practice in International Business and Public Policy at the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy, Tufts University. He's a non-resident senior fellow in the Council on Emerging Market Enterprises at the Fletcher School, and was an Oxford Martin visiting fellow at the Oxford Mating School, University of Oxford, for the Macha Elmas term of 2021, October to December 2021. He recently served as Special Envoy of the United Nations Development Programme on post-COVID development finance for Africa. Professor Moghalu previously worked in the United Nations system for 17 years in political, legal, and external affairs roles at the UN Secretariat Headquarters, Croatia, Rwanda, and Switzerland, rising to the rank of director. He's the author of a number of books, including Emerging Africa, How the Global Economy's Last Frontier Can Prosper and Matter. Kingsley Moghalu obtained his PhD in International Relations at the London School of Economics, an MA at the Fletcher School at Tufts University, and his first degree in law from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. He also holds a certificate in risk management from the Institute of Risk Management in London, and received executive education in leading economic growth and transformation, corporate governance, and macroeconomic management from Harvard Kennedy School of Government, Harvard Business School, and the International Monetary Fund Institute. Kingsley Moghalu is a philanthropist and the founder of the Isaac Moghalu Foundation, which supports women and underprivileged children and youth in rural communities in Nigeria with access to education and skills, and supports disadvantaged educational institutions with educational infrastructure. He holds several honors and distinctions, including Nigerian National Honor of the Officer of the Order of the Niger. He's a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, and he holds a degree in law, honoris causa, from the Chukwuemeka Odumegu University in Anambra State. He was a presidential candidate in Nigeria's general elections in 2019. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to invite to the stage for the keynote address, Professor Kingsley Moghalu. Please give him a presidential round of applause.
Good morning. Just a short protocol. The chairman, the distinguished former Super Federal Permanent Secretary, Chief Philip Asiodu, the Izoma of Asaba, a distinguished and exemplary Nigerian who reminds me, along with a number of other statesmen in this country, people like Chief Emeka Anyoko and Arthur Mbanefo, of an era long bygone. But we thank God that you're still alive to remind us of when we had better days, better governance, better leaders, better dreams, and better public service. The birthday boy, Professor Pat Utomi, my brother. I don't know why Pat chose to invite a politician to give the keynote address at this event. Perhaps he was a bit confused, thinking of me in my former role as an intellectual. Yes, yesterday I introduced myself at a meeting as a former intellectual, now I'm currently a politician. Because, you know, this series of midnight meetings that our politicians get involved in, it can sometimes have a destabilizing effect on the intellect. And I told them, I said, we are trying to form a third force. We should suspend our intellect until we get to power. When we get to Aso Rock, we will recall our intellect from a short leave. But for now, we must be politicians. Ho-ha. So with that humorous aside, let me address some reflections on the subject of Africa's post-COVID economic evolution. A very, very topical topic. Forgive the pun. The first question we have to ask, are we actually in a post-COVID era? I am not sure. We thought we were heading into a post-COVID era. Then came all sorts of variants of COVID, Delta, Alpha, Omicron, and all kinds of things. And so we find this pandemic still very much with us, but thankfully now in a form that is not as lethal as the original COVID. So, but perhaps we're still somewhat in the very last stages, hopefully, of the COVID era. And we soldier on doggedly and maskedly, because we all still wear our masks. So, and it happens that from December 2020 to about June, July 2021, I served as the special envoy of the United Nations Development Program on Africa's post-COVID development finance. And so in that role, I led a small team that helped the UNDP look at how Africa can recover from the fiscal devastation caused, not caused because Izoma reminded us that we shouldn't actually make COVID a scapegoat. And he's right. It had a very bad effect on an already very bad situation. But COVID didn't cause our problems. Didn't cause our economic problems in Nigeria. We have already had 1 or 2 recessions recently before it came. So I think we should be very honest with ourselves, because some people who want to be partisan, once you talk about the economy and how bad it is and what we need to do to fix it, the first thing they say is, but there was COVID and it happened all over the world. I talked about inflation in Nigeria recently. The usual, we call them Pomo boys. Yeah, that's what they're called on social media. And they immediately attacked me on Twitter and said, there's inflation all over the world. There is 7% or 6% inflation in America. I laughed. I laughed. I said, we have over 15, going to 16 to 17% inflation in this country today. And you're talking about advanced countries that the inflation is normally 2 to 3% at most. But because of COVID and the massive pumping of money into the economy to stabilize, precisely because of their response to COVID, they've had a slight uptick in inflation, which will be managed downwards within the next couple of years. There will be interest rate rises from the Federal Reserve. The Bank of England, I think, is already at it, and so on. And that will create even more problems for us who love to borrow, as if borrowing was going out of fashion. So, question is, you know, COVID revealed the extremely fragile state of African economies. Extremely fragile. No African economy could respond without external fiscal support to the COVID crisis. None. None. Not even South Africa. This support came in the form of loans, aid, debt, moratoriums, and so on. Today, the UNDP tells us that about 30 million Africans have gone into extreme poverty, living below $2 a day, precisely because of the COVID crisis. And a lot of the fiscal response has to be quite significant. And governments have to respond with stimulus packages that range from 0.02% of GDP to 10% of GDP, which is quite a lot in financial terms. So the IMF identified a gap of about $114 billion that was needed to respond with fiscal measures, to pressures caused by the pandemic. A total of $57 billion was eventually mobilized, and there was a gap of $44 billion. COVID-19 also exacerbated the crisis of unemployment and productivity in many African countries. I'll speak mostly about Africa, but most of, if not everything, I will say applies to Nigeria. So there was a crisis, or there is still a crisis of unemployment and productivity. And this took several African countries, including Nigeria, into a recession. Third point I want to make is that Africa must mobilize financial resources to achieve fiscal stability in order to proceed with the business of development. A lot of times we talk about macroeconomic stability, fiscal stability, but I don't think that's enough. We need to talk about and achieve in this country development. Development is very important. And we focus a lot on all these macro things. We focus a lot on economic growth, but we don't focus as much on economic development, human development, literacy numbers, healthcare, which is directly involved in the COVID crisis, education system, longevity, portable clean water. These are the basics of human life. We don't have them. And we're talking about economic growth at so and so percent. And I'm laughing. So there are some very fundamental things we need to interrogate. So we need to, beyond macroeconomic stability, we must pursue financing for development. And I really want to talk about the financial aspect of the impact of COVID on our economies because of the current fiscal distress in which Nigeria is wallowing, with seemingly no way out. This country's debt is not just humongous, but it is bad because of the, revenue problem, because of the economic management problem, because of the diversification, the absence of economic diversification, because of the absence of a productive economy. We do not have the highest debt in Africa. No, actually before COVID, us and Cameroon were the only African countries that had debt to GDP ratios below 60%. Our debt to GDP ratio is about 36, 37%. And the wisdom is that it should not go beyond 40%. So that you can argue, as our officials argue, that our debt is sustainable, but na lie. Na lie. It is not sustainable. It's not sustainable because we're struggling to pay. We use 97 kobo of every 1 naira we earn to pay back to service our debt. Servicing debt is not paying off the debt, let us be clear. So it is a very, very difficult situation in which we are. So our future has been completely mortgaged. And the situation in which we are now is such that it seems as if the government of Nigeria cannot survive without borrowing. And so there is a borrowing plan, quote unquote, which plans to have us at 50 trillion naira of debt by 2023. It's not a pretty situation. So let me briefly touch on Africa's pre-COVID landscape. What was the landscape like before COVID? One, debt. I've already started talking about it. Before the pandemic, 50% of African countries had fiscal deficits higher than 3% in 2019. COVID came in 2020. 22 countries had debt to GDP ratios above 60%. So there was already what, to use a medical term that is relevant to COVID and its economic impact on us, there already was a pre-existing condition of fiscal distress. Those of us who have been to doctors know that term. The second situation before COVID in the landscape, commodity dependence. African countries depend almost entirely on commodities for their fiscal revenues. The United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD, tells us that 90% of sub-Saharan African countries are considered commodity dependent. Compare that to 66% for the MENA region, that is Middle East and North Africa. Compare that with 50% for Latin America and the Caribbean and East Asia Pacific. Compare that with 25% in South Asia, Europe, and Central Asia, and compare that with 0 in North America. So this dependence, of course, has contributed not only to the fiscal deficits we have faced in our country, because when the commodity super cycle busts, when the boom busts, then the books cannot balance. And once the books cannot balance, there is a fiscal deficit. And with fiscal deficits, you either cut down your spending or you borrow. So, and this is what we have today. But it also contributes to our inability to generate domestic revenues to drive and sustain development. African states are a source of extraction in the world economy, but they are not a source of value creation. And that's very fundamental. The third landscape is the health system. African countries spend the lowest in the world on their health systems globally. And so, of course, while other regions progressively increased health systems over the past 20 years, Africa's spending on healthcare remained flat. Last year or the year before, the National Assembly approved a 37 billion naira budget for the repair of the National Assembly. The budget for health was about 45 billion, and the budget for education for about 40, in the same zone. So there you have it. Repairing the National Assembly costs as much as what a government is investing in the health care of its people. So when we talk about the failure of governance in this country, it is an advanced kind of failure. There's failure and there's very senior failure. This is very senior failure. So, that's why when COVID broke out, it challenged everybody in the world. Even the strongest countries were also challenged. Let's be honest and fair. The health systems were stretched thin because the pandemic was quite unprecedented. But you're better off if you have a health system that functions and it's challenged than that you don't have a health system at all. We were fortunate that God so loved us that COVID did not have the health impact in this continent that it had in the Western world and in some parts of the world. If it did, oh my God, the flood would have been a minor story compared to what would have happened in this country and in this continent. But for some reason, Africans suffering has some side effects that can be positive. It gives us very strong genes. We can resist pathogens in a way that people who have led very health conscious lives, trying to eliminate disease, their systems actually become weak. I have a brother-in-law who is a doctor, and he was explaining this to me. It's not an excuse not to build your health system, but it might account for why the pandemic did not wipe us out as we first feared. So the fiscal stress of COVID. Governments are spending on social protection for citizens who have become unemployed during the pandemic because of lockdowns. Governments are increasing subsidies and so on. The IMF tells us that African countries will need additional fiscal spending and that this spending will rise to $40 billion. Each government will need to increase its spending by around 3.4% of its GDP. And it's extremely difficult for many of our governments to cope. That's where we find ourselves. South Africa has spent the most on social protection. I think eventually they've spent about $26 billion on interventions in their economy. Nigeria was the next. I think we spent about $3 billion, but it was not fiscal spending. As usual, it was the central bank that came to the rescue because our fiscal authorities, our fiscal balance sheet is insolvent. And this is what happened during the banking crisis in 2008 and 2009 when we interviewed in the banks. In many countries after the global financial crisis, the interventions of the government were done by the fiscal authorities. In Nigeria, the fiscal authorities were simply not in a position. And the central bank, us, Sanusi, myself, and colleagues, we had to come to the rescue with an injection of several, about 4-point-something billion dollars or something. And then the politicians started asking us, how can you spend such money without the National Assembly's approval? We said, go and read the CBN Act. The CBN is the banker of last resort. That's what that means. This is the banker of last resort function. We should recommend some basic education for people seeking office in this country. So this is the framework. The first, let me look at very briefly, one, the fiscal stress of COVID on the public sector. One, the natural resource price collapsed. Oil and all these commodities on which we depend, their prices collapsed. And I think that is oil went from $61 a barrel from December 2019 to $48 a barrel in December 2020. So combined with lockdowns, huge loss of revenues, and so on. International trade was also affected because China and Europe were heavily impacted by the pandemic, and they are our most important trading partners. China is 11% of African exports, 16% of Africa's imports. Europe is 33% of Africa's exports and 32% of its imports. So when the economies were very weakened, of course, the trade with us contracted massively. The second impact on the public sector was the impact on tax revenues. So very significant, but even our tax to GDP ratio has never been that high. African countries' average is about 15% or something. Nigeria is about 8% of GDP, and that's one of the lowest in the world. And when you look at Africa, you find out that the kinds of taxes from which we make most of our money is mostly personal income tax, value-added tax, and corporate tax. The closure of businesses, the weak spending because people were not earning and companies were not earning, led to very weak returns from tax revenues. Then you have the impact on remittances. Again, because of the impact on the advanced economies, it impacted the remittances back to Nigeria, which normally are between $20 to $25 billion every year. And this, of course, was the same experience for many African countries. Lost $37 billion in tax remittances in 2020. There was some fiscal relief that the IMF and the World Bank and the G20 offered. Those included debt moratoriums between June 2020 and June 2021. But this was essentially a drop in the ocean. The impact on the private sector, the fiscal stress of COVID created a massive impact on foreign investment. And this was how, and even local investment. And this is also how the private sector was impacted. Let me now look at post-COVID development finance for Africa and make my main point in this keynote lecture. What I call the development approach to resource mobilization. Africa mobilizes resources, relies too much on aid, they rely too much on remittances, and so these are monies that you get to survive. They're not monies that give you a thriving and productive economy. Most people who get remittances, they don't use it to create wealth. Remittances are survival money. Some guy, social media, said, I have informed the 7 members of my family who depend on my remittances that your remittances will be called into question if you don't vote for Kingsley Moghalu in 2023. So they have some political power, these guys. More power to them, and may they like me more and more. So this is the impact. So when we talk about the development approach to resource mobilization, what do I mean? What I mean is this, that we need to move beyond this matter of just macroeconomic stability, as I said before. And how do we mobilize resources for our development? Not just to be balancing our books and managing. We need to move beyond that. We need to thrive. How do we do that? There is a need for a conceptual basis for raising and spending money for development. Absolute need. We need to redefine development finance and resource mobilization away from aid and external sources to a domestic focus that is much more sustainable. And that means a number of things. Because I always say that the problem with Nigeria's economy and the economy of most African countries is that they have thousands of economists, traditional economists, good in all the equations, but they're not addressing the 2 most fundamental issues that determine the wealth of nations. 1, economic philosophy. That's number 1. Number 2, political economy. It is the mixture of the economics and the politics, whether the country has strong institutions politically that can build strong economic institutions. That is what determines the wealth of nations. Plus, of course, the philosophy and whether that philosophy can create a productive economy that manufactures and exports value-added goods. is the sequence of economic transformation. But we don't engage in it in Nigeria. You have people doing all kinds of stochastic equations, but the real development is not taking place. That is why the original economist, the founder of the economics profession, Adam Smith, was an economic philosopher. Abi, don't be so. Adam Smith was an economic philosopher. He wasn't even an economist in the exact definition of the term. He wrote The Wealth of Nations. He also wrote a very powerful book called The Theory of Moral Sentiments. So we need to begin to think. Philosophy matters. Guy, it's not blowing grammar, quote unquote, like Nigerians would say. If you go to Washington, you go to Paris, you go to London, you go to Tokyo, you go to Beijing, in the offices, in the policy rooms, there are debates raging about economic philosophy and how economic policy can be adjusted along the lines of what philosophies the political leadership decides to adopt to execute for the country. These are the fundamentals. So this means, number one, that the balance between the role of the state and the role of the markets is the point of departure. If you want to mobilize domestic resources, you must go back to this foundation. What is the balance between the role of the state and the role of the markets? So that's the point, because depending on where this balance leans, it will determine the possibilities for an economy to generate resources from within itself. There are philosophical stances you can take. It narrows down your space for raising money. For example, today in Nigeria, you have a statist government trying to be welfarist, but you have not created the wealth that you want to distribute to the poor. So all you end up doing is recycling poverty. That's what's happening. You must, if you want to be, go and look at the welfare capitalist states in Europe. The taxation there is heavy, most times 40 to 50% of your income. But schooling is free. Hospitals are free to a large extent. If you're very wealthy and you want to go to Harley Street, fine. But otherwise, the NHS covers you for most things. But it's the taxation that brings that money. So this is something we miss, and it is the point of departure for us. We have embraced the free markets in many African countries, and we were told that Africa is rising. Rising to where? I wrote a book that said Africa is not rising. Africa is emerging, but it has not risen, and it is not rising. It is not rising because the continent is not generating value-added productivity. If you don't have an industrial manufacturing economy, I'm sorry, you ain't rising, right? You may be visible, you're emerging because of certain things that happened with the global financial crisis. The Western markets shut down and people began. Global capital always looks for where it will make a profit. Africa. It is an unexplored, the last frontier. We will go there. And we begin to jump up and down, celebrating our rise. People are just investing in you to make money for themselves. You're not even fashioning that investment in such a way that it creates jobs for your own people. No, because of the level of political leadership or the lack of one. So when we embrace free markets, we must understand that every free capitalist system has fundamentals. And because we don't address these philosophical fundamentals, you find that capitalism has created wealth. It's the greatest creator of wealth in the world. That's why China eventually abandoned communism and moved to capitalism. But the government is still a communist party. But they're using, free market system. And they've risen to the top of the world, except for the United States since then, 40 years ago, when they made this philosophical shift. Philosophy, it matters. It does matter. So in Africa, we say we are capitalists, but what is happening is that our capitalism is creating wealth for a few individuals. but not for the masses, not for the citizens. So there are three things that you must have for a capitalist economy to thrive and create wealth that is inclusive: innovation, and you have to have capital. So the second thing is that governments must make conscious choices between the different kinds of capitalism. There are different kinds of capitalism. There's entrepreneurial capitalism, there is welfare capitalism, there is crony capitalism, and there is state capitalism, which China is using. The patented form of capitalism, the only one in the world. So these are different, and they all have different implications. Normally, no country can be purely one of these. Normally, it's a mix. So, for example, for Nigeria, I would recommend entrepreneurial capitalism because we are dynamic people. We hustle. But hustling is not good enough. Hustling, we use that term and take pride in it because we don't have a government that can create an enabling environment for wealth creation. So we hustle. We hustle. So we're entrepreneurial, we're dynamic, we're aggressive. But we can also combine that with some bit of welfare. But what you find in Nigeria is not really so much of an entrepreneurial economy. You have that at the bottom of the pyramid, where the groundnut seller or even the tech startup guys, they're doing it. But at the top, what you have is crony capitalism, where people corner the state because they have connections and monopolize the economic rents. That's it. A few people enjoy advantages that are huge and humongous because they have access to the state and the state has given them access. That's crony capitalism. You have it in Nigeria in its worst form, you have some of it in Russia, and you have it as a system in South Korea. But in South Korea, it built the wealth of South Korea. Why? Because it was consciously designed. And when they did it and created the chaebols, you know, the Hyundais and all these big family-owned consortiums in South Korea, what they did was that the economy of the country runs on supply chains to those big conglomerates. So it's designed. So it is also a system you can use here. For example, in Nigeria, a president can decide, look, I want 20 Aliko Dangotes in this country, 25, 30. And the economy can be redesigned that those big guys become the chain of economic wealth creation down. People who are supplying the different aspects of their big conglomerates. It's a choice, but it takes a certain type of capacity to manage that kind of choice. So, thirdly, the development approach to economic policy and resource mobilization, it requires a strong understanding of the linkage between economic development, economic growth, and economic transformation. I will not dwell too much on that, but I'd mentioned it in the beginning that there's a difference, but there's an interconnectivity between economic development, human capital mainly, human development, and economic growth, which is measurement of GDP growth in every year, and then structural economic transformation. Is our economy diversified, or are we depending on agriculture or crude oil and all that? So that's what I mean by that. So the conceptual approach to resource mobilization, I think, also requires political leadership. This is why I am running for president. It is this part of it. Because I've been a technocrat. I've been a technocrat, and I have seen that being a technocrat has serious limitations. Technocrats can never develop the economy of any country, except maybe in the era of the Asiodus, when the political leadership gave them a lot of powers, a lot of leeway, took their advice, and so on. Maybe. But it is better if the political leadership is capable itself, understands economics, and knows where it is going in terms of the economy. Then they can assemble the right team of technocrats and provide them with guidance and direction. Build a dream team and get them to get to work. That's why political leadership matters. Sometime, 2-3 years ago, the former president, Olusegun Obasanjo, asked me to accompany him to a conference in Italy, in Lake Como. That conference was titled The Asian Aspiration. Can Africa be the next Asia? It was one of the most productive meetings I'd ever attended in my life. One of the reasons for that, there was no government official. There was no government official. So there was nobody to come and start being defensive and making arguments. And, it was just a rational discussion of what needs to be done by diplomats, scholars, journalists, independent-minded people. And we took lessons conducted from a study conducted by the Brenthorst Foundation in South Africa, of which he's the chairman of the board. So we found that in Asia, their political leaders were what we call development obsessed, quote unquote. They were obsessed with economic development, even when they had military leaders, which was a bit different from the military experience we had here. They had visionary military leaders, even with the absence of democracy. So political leadership matters. And we find in Africa, in my own estimation, that there are only 4 African countries that have had this level of political leadership that is development obsessed. One was Ethiopia, before the unfortunate turn of events there recently, based on ethnic and tribal issues. But what's the name of that, their prime minister? Meles Zenawi. Oh my God. When I was a professor at the Fletcher School at Tufts University, I gave students as required reading Meles Zenawi's book chapter. He wrote it himself on economic development and transformation. That was his own argument for a developmental state. So when you have leadership operating at this level, then it knows what it is doing. Then you have Rwanda also, and they're using different models. Ethiopia was liberalizing its economy, but not totally. They kept a brake on the financial system. It was the last, they said it was going to be the last. In many African countries, they start with the financial system, and that's always a mistake. Because what happens is that if you liberalize the financial system too quickly, people will start making money by trading money. Then they will lose interest in industrialization and manufacturing. They will lose interest in a lot of other things because they're making money from banks and banking. And that's why every man and his aunt, every woman and her uncle in Nigeria became a banker. So, that's, then you have Botswana, then you have Mauritius. Mauritius is a capitalist place completely. They don't even interfere with the economy. It's a tax haven, whatever. Anything you want to do, so long as it's legal, do it. We make some money from taxes. So now, the fifth thing, and the most important aspect of this discussion about how do we mobilize resources internally, is the importance of taxation as the main basis for financing the state and its citizens. Taxation. That is the social contract. It is the most important source of revenue generation in every normal functioning country. I've talked a lot about our tax systems, so I wouldn't dwell too much on it here. But we know that there is no social contract. Why? Because there is an absence of trust. The citizens will pay their taxes if they know and believe that the government will use those taxes to fund schools, fund hospitals, and do the things that the government needs to do. But because they don't trust our politicians, they run when you tell them about taxes. And what is happening is that too few people are bearing the tax burden. 70 million people in Nigeria should be paying tax. Only 10 million people are doing so. And those 10 million people, they keep getting taxed more and more and more. And the only place they can get at anybody else is through the value-added tax. But the problem with the value-added tax is that it hits the poor most. That's the problem with value-added tax. People who don't have money have to pay for consuming certain things. So, but anyway, relying on international financing doesn't work. So what are they? Let me now come to the solutions, and then I'll wrap up very quickly. What are the sources of revenue? How do we create alternative sources of financing for African countries in the world after COVID, or in the world in which we live today, given the impact that COVID has had? One, diaspora bonds. They're important. We've tried them here. It was over 300% oversubscribed because our diaspora is very big and very strong. Some other countries like Kenya and I think Ethiopia tried it. It didn't work so much for them because the diasporans, their diaspora was politically adversarial to the government. So they did not subscribe to the bonds, you see? So diaspora bonds can be helpful and it's an innovative way. So maybe we should think more about how to issue more diaspora bonds in this country. Tax reform. We need a well-designed tax system. The tax structure needs to change. Like I said, VAT is the primary source of taxation in Africa. 30% of taxation in Africa is from VAT. And that's not very good because it's focused on consumption. So when consumption drops, the revenues drop. And also, it hits a lot of poor homes. So we need to improve our taxation system. Third, land reform. We must reform our land system. There are so many millions of people in African countries who don't have proper land titles. In fact, almost 90% of people in this continent, the residences, the property they dwell in is not properly titled. And that limits what can happen with those things. It limits their ability to raise credit or other forms of support. It limits the government's ability to earn revenues in terms of property tax. So there's so many issues. And then you have the Land Use Act, which keeps property in the state's hands. And so people cannot own land in freehold. And that is a problem because it limits, again, the generation of wealth. So we call this whole system, Hernando de Soto called this system dead capital. So land reform is very essential. Then finally, public-private partnerships. We need to go more in that direction, especially in a country like Nigeria that has the population and the economic transaction values that can justify and sustain PPPs. But it's not happening as much as it should. Why? Because some people just love to award contracts. It's anybody's guess as to why. We have a Federal Executive Council. They meet every Wednesday, and then they'll start reading out to you the contracts that were awarded by a cabinet. Is this the function of a cabinet? It tells you that there's something seriously wrong. Let me conclude. We're in a new world after COVID, or in the last stages of COVID. We have seen that our countries in Africa fundamentally lack state capacity. And we must go back to that basics. Because you have to, risk management is an essential part of progress. You must manage risks because in this world, nobody can tell you what will happen tomorrow. That is why if you go to countries that are thinking, they are making plans to manage their risk. I lived in Switzerland for 7 years during my career in the UN. Most buildings, if not all, have what they call a nuclear shelter. You wouldn't know it, except you've actually rented one or bought one and lived in it. Why? Because when those things were built, it was during the Cold War, and people were afraid that there could be a nuclear war. And even today, we don't know. You have our young man in North Korea who occasionally decides to entertain himself with a couple of nuclear tests. If those tests mistakenly find their way into the United States, the next thing, North Korea will be obliterated from the face of the earth. But before then, they might have fired one or two that sneak past the Americans and maybe land in Boston or land in France. So you see, you've got to manage risk. You've got to prepare for the unknown as much as you can. I think it was Rumsfeld that says there are known knowns, there are known unknowns, and there are unknown unknowns. So risk management is very important. So our state capacities need to be strengthened. What is state capacity? Let me leave you with that definition. Number one, it means the ability of a state to defend its territorial integrity, and to defend the people in it. So a state in which bandits are coming in and overrunning local government areas and hoisting their flag is a state that has lost state capacity. You can Give me one or two examples. Two, state capacity means the ability of a state to extract taxation efficiently and effectively. Comes back to what I was saying, that taxation is the social contract. And so for a state to be able to be capable and to function, it must have an efficient and effective tax system. Finally, a state has capacity when it is able to discharge administrative services to its citizens efficiently and effectively. That is state capacity. COVID showed us we don't have it. We must build it because we don't know what the next pandemic will be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Me speaking prophetically, President Kingsley Moghalu. It will be my pleasure to be the MC at your inauguration and at the presidential banquet and at all programs where you speak. Please put your hands together for him once again for a very presidential presentation. He talked about an Asia where they had political leaders who were development obsessed. He talked about a key question, which is, can Africa be the next Asia? And he talked about the possibility of Nigeria producing 30 or 40 Aliko Dangotes. I'll be very happy to be one of such, sir, when you become president. I'd like to be one of the Aliko Dangotes. He reminded us of the role of the CBN being the lender of the last resort and talked about an efficient tax system, saying that people will willingly pay taxes if they know that it will be effectively put into use. I've already gotten a sheet of paper, sir. People are asking for your presentation. I hope that we'll be able to get it. The organizers of the events will be able to get it and share to all guests. All right, please put your hands together for him as we appreciate him. All right, African leaders are currently gathered in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, and that has made it impossible for one or two of our panelists to be here. But one of them has gracefully sent an audio presentation. And so I'm going to ask that the media team please cue the presentation by Ambassador Mudenda Muchanga, who is the Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Industry, and Mining at the African Union. Can we please play it now? Thank you. All right, please let us know when it's ready. Okay. And the other person is the Secretary General of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, Mr. Wamkele Mene. Both of them are absent, but let me ask that we please put our hands together for them, because I understand that some of them are watching via Zoom. I've also been informed that the Director General of the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, Dr. Mojisola Adeyeye, is with us on Zoom. I appreciate your presence. We appreciate your joining us. I also see the former Minister of Health, and let's just put our hands together for everybody who is watching via Zoom. Okay, Prof, you're going to join them on stage, are you, for the panel session? Or maybe, yeah, I understand it's not ready. Is the presentation ready now? It's not ready yet. Okay, maybe I can invite the chairperson of the board of CVL to make a presentation. A few remarks while we get that ready. I'd like to ask that we please speed that up so that we can proceed to the panel session. And TK will give us a musical interlude before the panel session goes live. Please, TK, where are you?
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I wish to stand on existing protocol. But before I go on, I think it's very appropriate that I acknowledge the presence of our chairman, distinguished and eminent Izoma, PC, Asiodu. It's indeed a great pleasure for me to welcome you all here. And I wish to say that maybe it's a huge task to be called to speak after Professor Kingsley Moghalu and Professor Utomi. But here I am, and my job is simply to welcome you all to this 2022 Annual International Lecture and Symposium of the Center for Values in Leadership, and especially to the theme we are considering today of the symposium, which explores how African economies and its people will adjust to a new world, the new world we are all experiencing following the disruptions caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. We have all seen the lockdown problems and supply chain disruptions around the world, as well as the huge costs of healthcare around the world. And what this essentially shows is that our lives are not essentially going to be the same. And it will take new learning, innovations, and new ethics to be able to navigate our way forward. CVL has been committed to this challenge of helping challenge people and policymakers find a way out of this darkness of the now. But CVL itself had to do some adjusting with limited resources and dwindling resources. There was a need for CVL to do much more. And to this effect, CVL had actually become a miracle enterprise in dealing with these challenges. For instance, in 2021, CVL added a new series to its bouquet. It added a fortnightly 22-hour review of policy trusts that shape the development of several sectors of the economy and social well-being of Nigerians. And this series brought together former and incumbent ministers and permanent secretaries, including dear Chief Asiodu here, global experts and thought leaders, and several stakeholders and experts on decisions of public authority which made Nigeria grow or decline. In the health sector alone, more than 7 former and incumbent ministers of health, including Professor Eita Yolambo, Dr. Tim Menakaya, Professor Onyewuchi Chukwu, Prince Julius Adeluyi, and Dr. Olonoba Mamora, engaged with painful policy somersaults that negatively impacted performance in Nigeria. On the economy, such global icons such as Professor Paul Collier of Oxford, and former UNIDO Director General Kande Yumkela brought light to the conversation with ministers past and present. As a healthcare professional who has spent nearly 4 decades as a clinician, academic, and as administrator, I found the series very useful myself, and I hope that policy makers can use it for direction for the future. So today's lecture and symposium will push that agenda forward in helping us to navigate through this tortuous channel of the new norm. And like we can see, we have a very strong team here, a formidable team of experts, and we are looking forward to their conversation and to throwing more light on how we are going to get out of this darknet. And so on this note, I wish us all a very stimulating and productive session today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If the video is ready, can we please turn off the lights on stage and please play.
Greetings. I thank you very much for this opportunity to make a statement during this important symposium being held under the theme, Economic Evolution of Life After COVID-19, Measures to Rebuilding Economies in Africa. This is a timely theme, given that recovery from the social and economic impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic is a key policy area of strategic focus for virtually all governments around the world, including those in Africa. Let me begin by saying that the varied and adverse impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic pose unprecedented challenges to African economies. The first negative impact of the COVID-19 pandemic was to force many African economies enter their first recessions in 25 years. Africa went into recession in 2020, something last experienced in 1995. As a result of this, African economies witnessed the reversal of the positive trends in economic growth experienced over the past 25 years. Consequently, there has also been an increase in the number of the African population living below $1.9 per day. The COVID-19 pandemic also brought into sharp focus Africa's heavy dependence on imports of both final and intermediate pharmaceutical products. The restrictions of exports on personal protective equipment and later vaccines enforced by some countries put the continent in a very perilous position. The lesson of experience is that in order to overcome this, Africa has to invest in building internal capacities and capabilities in research and development, not just in pharmaceuticals, but in other manufacturing activities as well. The global economic growth rate is expected to reduce from 5.5% in 2021 to 4.1% in 2022, and further down to 3.2% in 2023. This is due to the dispersion of pent-up demand and the winding down of fiscal and monetary support measures in many countries. While advanced economies are forecasted to return to their pre-pandemic growth by 2023, Africa, on the other hand, will not regain the lost ground anytime soon. In fact, Africa will have to grow twice as fast until 2026 to return to its pre-pandemic share of 3.8% of the world's gross domestic product. The slowness in Africa's growth trajectory continues to hamper the attainment of the aspirations and objectives of Agenda 2063 and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. At the health level, vaccination rates across Africa remain low in the majority of countries. As things stand now, no more than 10% of the African population is fully vaccinated. Just about 11% of the African population is partially vaccinated. Below is 0.4% of the African population that has received booster doses. These low figures will negatively impact economic activity in all fields, ranging from agriculture to tourism. As the world continues to adjust to the possibility of an endemic COVID-19, Africa has to leverage the emerging development space offered by the African Continental Free Trade Area. This large market of 1.3 billion people, expected to rise to 1.5 billion people by 2025 and 1.7 billion people by 2030, offers opportunities for increasing output and diversifying production and export bases. Key to this is the development of regional and continental value chains. At this point in time, the African Continental Free Trade Area is our biggest development program as a continent. We plan to consolidate it in future through the establishment of an African Customs Union / common market and ultimately African Economic Community. Africa's economic outlook for 2022 and beyond is favorable, but not strong enough to achieve the goals, targets, and aspirations of Agenda 2063 and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. In 2021, the African economy grew by about 3.4% after a 2.1% contraction in 2020. This is well below pre-crisis average growth levels of 4.6% levels and far short of the 7% sustained growth required to achieve Agenda 2063 aspirations, goals, and targets, and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Let me turn now to the continent-wide economic and financial responses being made to implement. Let me now turn to the continent-wide economic and financial responses being implemented to attain strong and sustainable recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. Most of the African Union member states and the regional economic communities have designed and implemented COVID-19 recovery strategies to mitigate the socio-economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. From the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, African Union member states put in place containing measures. This ranged from closing their borders to instituting complete country lockdowns. These measures had significant effects on people's livelihoods, free movement of people, trade flows, and investments, among others. According to the African Development Bank, African governments have put in place fiscal stimulus measure packages ranging in costs from about 0.2% of GDP in South Sudan to about 10.4% of GDP in South Africa. These fiscal stimulus packages have had implications for budgetary balances and borrowing pressures. Consequently, debt levels have sharply risen against a growing need to finance African economies. The allocation of special drawing rights by the International Monetary Fund has offered some relief, but increased financing is still very much required. In this connection, the African Union Commission continues to support the champion and the African Union financial institutions and the special envoys in the advocacy work with the developed countries for the allocation of at least $100 billion in special drawing rights and restructuring of the external debts of African countries. We're also focusing on the continental efforts. One of them is in collaboration involving the African Union Commission, the African Development Bank, and Outer NEPAD to commission an in-depth study to position African economies at 10 and sustain 7 to 10% annual growth rates in the next 10 to 30 years. I'll end my statement on a positive note by stating that in spite of these challenges, Africa has a bright future ahead of her. The task is to harness critical levers to create that future that we want. First and foremost, we have to harness the demographic dividend. We have the youngest population in the world with a median age of 19 years. What we need to do is to use this dividend to end the grips of poverty, unemployment, underemployment, aid dependence, and others commodity dependence. This requires coming up with an effectively implementing social, environmental, innovation, economic, and other complementary policies that will generate rapid, inclusive, sustainable development. This then brings in trend the importance of developmental and transformational leadership. Your institute has a key role to play here. I ask you to give us a continental framework on how to use a coalition of politics to mobilize African people in a spirit of Pan-Africanism, as well as vast human and natural resources focused on creating the Africa we want. This is an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa, driven by its own citizens, representing a dynamic force in the international arena. I'll end here, and thank you all for your kind attention.
That was a goodwill message from the African Union Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Industry, and Mining. Do we have that of the Secretary General of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area now? No. All right. So we're moving on to the panel session. TK is not here. I'd like to invite to the stage Professor Chris Ekong. He's a professor of economics and currently the coordinator of the e-learning program at the University of Uyo. Professor Ekong is a professor of economics at the Faculty of Social Sciences, University of Uyo. He holds a PhD from the University of Uyo. He's an alumnus of the universities of Port Harcourt and Harvard University. He was head of the Department of Economics from 2012 to 2014, and a member of Council of the Nigeria Institute of Social and Economic Research, NISA. He's the director in international programs from 2018 till date. He's a full member of the Nigeria Economic Society. His current research is on growth and development, and Professor Ekong has held several positions in government as commissioner, special advisor, and committee member, amongst others. Please put your hands together for Professor Ekong. We also have a foremost economist and managing director of Economic Associates, Dr. Ayo Teriba. Dr. Ayo Teriba, as CEO of Economic Associates, provides strategic direction for ongoing research and consulting on the outlook of the Nigerian economy, focusing on global, continental, national, regional, state, and sector issues. Ayo is the coordinator of the Technical Working Group on Financial Sector and Capital Markets on National Development Plans, MTNDP 2021 to 2025. And Nigeria Agenda 2050. He's the vice chairman of the Technical Committee of the National Council on Privatization, aligning privatization programs with the macroeconomy. He is a member of the Board of Economic Advisors in the Office of the Economic Advisor to the Vice President, contributing to the conception of economic policy ideas for the country. He's a member of Nigeria's Industrial Council, shaping efforts to ensure Nigeria's industrial advancement. Before becoming CEO of EA in 2004, he was chief economist at This Day newspaper, a faculty member at the Lagos Business School, head of research at the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and economist at UAC of Nigeria. He has also worked as a consultant to many blue chip companies. He earned a BSc in economics from the University of Ibadan with Sir James Robertson Prize and Medal, a UAC Prize in Economics, and Economics Departmental Prize as all-round best economics graduates in 1985. Please put your hands together for Dr. Ayo Teriba. One more panelist is Professor Ogbu. He hails from Igboeze South local government area of Enugu State. He was educated at the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, where he graduated with a BSc in economics, and at Howard University in Washington, D.C., where he obtained an MA in economics in 1984 and a PhD in economics in 1988. He also has a certificate in corporate governance from Harvard University. Professor Ogbu was a sales manager with Lever Brothers between 1980 and 1983. He was a consultant research economist in the Africa region of the World Bank in Washington between 1987 and 1991. He set up the Africa Technology Policy Studies Network as an international organization in Nairobi and was the executive director of the institution from 2001 to 2005. As chief economic advisor to the president, he was deputy leader of the National Economic Team, and he was a former chairman of the Governing Council of the Nigeria Institute of Social and Economic Research. He's currently a professor of economics and director of the Institute of Development Studies at the University of Nigeria. He is a current trustee of the Clement Isong Foundation and a director of the Afri Heritage Institution, Enugu. He serves on the Economic Committee and Privatization Council of Enugu State. Please put your hands together for him. All right. And as usual, Professor Utomi was supposed to take a musical interlude, but TK is not here, so we'll proceed with the panel session.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We have had Ambassador Muchanga speak to the ACFTA as the major tool that Africa is deploying in response to a very challenging state of economic affairs on the continent, following a period of great expectations. As we all recall, we had a season that was described as a time of Afro-pessimism, when the world was very pessimistic about Africa's possibilities. And then, as China rising, India rising, suddenly there was Africa rising. And we all know that in the period just before COVID-19, but actually created by slowdown in India and China, about 6 of the top 10 growing economies in the world were from the continent. The big question, therefore, is, will Africa resume growth in a substantial manner, which it needs to, after COVID-19? What are the strategies that can be deployed, and how can ACFTA do to facilitate this desperation for growth in Africa? And I think I will turn to Professor Asiodu to jumpstart our conversation in this regard, especially as he has worked Pan-African, not just at the World Bank, but the time that he spent in Nairobi. What are we doing wrong in Africa? What did we do to begin to apparently get things going? Or was it that we just profited from the commodities boom following China and India rising? What can we be doing differently on the continent? What are the strategies we should be using? Why is an Ethiopia that began to make progress suddenly, back at war and damaging what it was putting in place? I mean, let's take on this. Professor Asiodu.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Professor Utomi is asking too many questions. If this was an exam, I wouldn't know where to start. But let me say that this is an important conversation. But like someone earlier alluded, this is, no, I think it was even the chairman this is not about post-COVID. It is actually about how do you build a resilient economy? Because the world is so interconnected that instability is the new norm. And so if it's not COVID today, it's going to be an ecological disaster, a regime change, a new technological discovery that disrupts the international economy. So we're talking about international external shocks, and how can countries in the face of this volatility rebound? Because that's what resilience is. Resilience is the ability to build shock absorbers, circuit breakers, to isolate the problem, to have a holistic solution rather than partial solutions, to look to long term, and then not lose your purpose. That's resilience. And I think this conversation, while on post-COVID, must bear in mind that if it's not COVID, it's going to be something else. So to begin to address the questions posed, Africa wasn't really rising. I think there was a glimmer of light that was seen, and our colleagues in the West seized on it. I believe that the commodity prices were driving it, because if you remember, Nigeria was growing at a certain point at 6 to 7%. But unfortunately, our poverty was worsening, meaning that this was not a shared growth, that this growth was not inclusive, and it forced us, those of us who are economists, to begin to question the sources of this growth. So when you are growing, it's also important that we understand where the growth is coming from. Because you can't be growing, because we were taught traditionally the engine for alleviating poverty, and still is to grow. But in growing, you need to understand where that growth is coming from. And one of the things I would like to address, because it's both in terms of the resilience and both in terms of growth, is the issue of diversification. If an economy is not diversified, it doesn't have a shock absorber. If you're dependent on one commodity, if you're dependent on even two commodities, if your exports are not exports with values, manufactured, produced, whether it is COVID or any other external shock, you're really going to suffer tremendously. But in Nigeria, we have treated diversification, and in most of Africa, by the way, as a natural phenomenon. It will occur. It's like growing up. Today you are 16, the next day you are 17, then you are 18. No. Diversification is not a natural phenomenon. You must cause it to happen. And the state is implicated through policies, through industrial policies, through strategic policies to cause it to happen. So when they were saying that Africa was rising, some of us were examining Africa as manufacturing added value, the added value to our GDP, the contribution of manufacturing to GDP in most of Africa were less than 15%. In fact, for Nigeria, maybe we are still stuck at 10%. For countries that have made the transformation, for countries that are rising, none would be less than 30 to 35% contribution of manufacturing to GDP. Why we have not paid attention to this, I don't understand. I was having an informal conversation and I said, why is the Ministry of Industry and Investment not treated at par with the Ministry of Agriculture? You know, there's sentiment about food. But there are difficulties that can only be resolved by state intervention, even in the manufacturing sector, even at its privately read. There are first comer disadvantages that exist in our production process that the entrepreneur is unable to resolve on its own. There are islands of infrastructure sufficiency that can be created. And China, Malaysia, these countries did that. They didn't wait for electricity to be 100%. They didn't wait for roads to be constructed everywhere. Just like I think Moghalu was saying, or some others. China's development also started in a particular region where things seem to be happening. And the state aided the happening. So, yes, Prof, we need growth, and we need it urgently. And in pursuing that growth, if you take a country like Nigeria, because I like to make this point and make it forcefully, that there is not enough emphasis placed on the states as hubs of innovation and prosperity, meaning the 36 states we have in this country. So when we talk about these things, we talk as if there is only one government. There's not one government. There's a federal government and 36 governments. There are even 774 local governments. We need to re-engineer the thinking in the states in terms of how they deal with poverty, in terms of how they deal with issues of industrialization, in terms of how they deal with the manufacturing sector, and the sort of incentives that can be applied. And one of the examples I always like to cite is that the National Economic Council, a premier organ that unites, or that rather provides a platform for interaction between the federal and state governments, has not realized. It has become a platform for how we share the excess crude account, or increase our FEC allocation, or make complaints. But it can actually be structured to incentivize production activities in the states. It can be incentivized to create regional hubs for innovation in terms of Northeast, Northwest, Southeast, Southwest, and so on. So states, countries that will grow, countries that will survive instability, countries that will be resilient, countries that will deal with post-COVID effects are countries that are producing things, and not necessarily countries that are importing things. And in order to produce things, you need to diversify. And you need to build the capacity of your citizens to produce things. I was told, or we read during COVID, how a hospital was built in China in I don't know how many days. And my answer was, they didn't need to import anything to create that hospital. It was a country that produced everything that went into that hospital. So when you are inviting China to do your railway, are you bearing in mind that in 5-10 years' time, can you reproduce that railway? So if you need to grow, if growth has to be sustained, if Africa has to rise on a sustained basis, they will not only produce things, they will master how to produce things. I don't know whether this is sufficient for a first time who come round again. Thank you.
Well, thank you. That was very important to, as you were speaking, I kind of thought to myself, where does this growth come from? The growth that came during the commodities boom just before. A couple of years ago, I think it was in 2014, our country hosted the Regional World Economic Forum. And the day before that, our president remarked that evidence of Nigeria's rapid growth can be found in the fact that it was the fastest growing private jet market in the world. I was so incensed that I had to call for the first time. I called somebody at the villa to please beg them not to say such things. The following day, maybe to spite me, he repeated it. I guess if people were making so much money and buying private jets because they were producing, we will see the jobs created as a result of that process. So when we talk about jobless growth, what does that really mean? And how can we, in response to the supply chain crisis that has come out of COVID-19, rethink economic production? At the Africa level, people are thinking that what we can do with ACFTA is to begin to aggregate across borders by reducing all those problems of borders, and then maybe we can produce better on the continent. So maybe we can explain the private jets of people. But how do we have jobless growth, and what do we need to do to really get growth going now? I think we need another microphone here. But okay, all right, okay. Yes, please go ahead. Let me switch it on.
Thank you very much, the Chairman. Long may you live. The Prof, in case no one else has said it, I want to be the first to say happy birthday to you. Many happy returns. It's my pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's my pleasure to be here to be part of this discussion. And I very fully identify with the issues put on the table by Professor Osita Ogbu. I think that we should be asking the right questions about Africa. When multilateral agencies say that 10 or out of the 10 fastest growing countries in the world, African countries were 6 of them. I wonder if they're just saying that to laugh at us or what it is. Nigeria, if I need to remind, is the largest economy in Africa. And Nigeria's rank, on the globe, in terms of, the rank of Nigeria's GDP is not going to be up to 30. So you have top 30 economics accounting for maybe 80% of the world's GDP. And somebody tells you that 6 of the fastest growing economies in the world are drawn from maybe the bottom, from 100 to 150 or from 30 and so on. So you can say, so let's not measure, let's not rely on the wrong metrics. African problem is not growth. And it's already been hinted at. It's what brings growth that as Africa should be preoccupied with. So if you say that a mouse is growing by 10%, you say it's one of the fastest growing and living organisms in the world. So does it mean that because the elephant is big, even if it grows by 0.01%, it's going to be, the value of that 0.01%. So American economy, $22 trillion. And we don't have $500 billion. in GDP, and somebody says we are growing fast, and they say we are growing faster, then let's not delude ourselves. And jets. So if it's about the number of people who own private jets, is that a measure of success? It is not. It's not riches. It is wealth. There's a distinction between riches and wealth. Africa shouldn't seek to grow riches. Africa should seek to grow wealth. Today, China has overtaken the United States as the wealthiest country in the world. It had 7 trillion in national wealth in 2000. America had 45 trillion. So America's wealth as of 20 years ago was more than 6-fold that of China. As of 2020, Chinese wealth is $120 trillion. It has grown its 7 trillion wealth 15-fold in 20 years. America only managed to grow its wealth 2-fold. So today, America's wealth is $90 trillion. China's wealth is $120 trillion. China is wealthier by 30 solid trillion. And that's the age in which we live now. America's GDP is still bigger than that of China. But somebody who has bigger national wealth than the other, it's only a matter of time before its output is going to be bigger than that of the United States, and the whole world knows that. And the whole world knows that. So what should Africa be focusing on? We got oil boom. That gives you riches. It doesn't give you wealth. Wealth is about what produces the growth. And the way the world engages now, that the world is looking for wealth to invest in. Contrast Lagos and Dubai over the same 20-year period that I've just described. Dubai has offered wealth, and the world has invested in Dubai's wealth. As small as Dubai is in terms of population and in land area, as a city, its output is now the same as that of Lagos. And the message to us in Africa, to us in Nigeria, to us across the 36 states is focus on your wealth. Each state is sitting on wealth. And when the world measures wealth, when they were trying to break down what makes up America's 90 trillion wealth, what makes up Chinese, it's 68% of it. World average percent of national wealth is built, they are built structures. They are your land, your buildings, and your places. And the key question is the places that you have. The world talks about national economics, the world talks about global companies, the world talks about global cities. You have many more cities than most other countries. Professor Uku said we had 774 local government areas. Some local governments have more than one city. What do you make of your city? Do our cities enable the creation of wealth, or do they disable the creation of wealth? Essentially, that's the difference between Dubai and Lagos. And that's going to be the difference between any two cities when you compare them. So if I get to that city, does it enable me to create wealth? Whatever that wealth is, don't worry about agriculture, don't worry about manufacturing, don't worry about commerce or services. Question your city, any city. Nigeria has maybe 1,000 cities. Which one enables wealth creation? Which ones disables wealth creation? When your city centers have been taken over by hoodlums, when your transit routes have been taken over by bandits, when your forests, places of wealth creation have been taken over by herdsmen. You are talking about African continental free trade area. When your assets are abandoned, they disable wealth creation. They don't enable wealth creation. So, yeah, don't travel far. It's the message to every African country. Which African country has a city that enables? The world now ranks cities. They were ranking them as global cities. Then they are ranking them as global financial centers. Now they're ranking them as global smart centers. For you to produce anything, whether agriculture or manufacturing or commerce, even in this age where economic activity is migrating from place to space, you still need places. Even space is place enabled. Even the tech companies of this world are looking for a place where they can launch into place. Is that not? So let's work on that. So it's about your places, and it's also about your people. It's the same argument. You know, India now, for anybody in the world to produce, particularly the tech company, they're saying that all the American tech companies, almost all of them, now have an Indian CEO. So what account can we give of our people? America is now restricting Chinese students from returning to the US. They feel threatened. You know that Chinese students are stealing their technology. So where do we stand? You know, these are two previously poor countries, newly, emerging economies, who are now a threat. They are in top 10. China will be first, India will be second. Brazil at some point will be fourth as world economies. They have population. Their population is not a liability. Their population is acknowledged by the whole world as assets. Let's turn to our assets. Be they places, be they people, be they even companies, Aramco. Saudi, in this period, of weak oil prices, has turned to Aramco, has listed it on the stock exchange. It's making more money from valuation gains on that company than it's making from the sales of Aramco. We have companies. What do we gain from our companies? None of our companies is even listed on any market. None of our companies have any known market value, much less we gaining from the enhancement in their market value. I think Africa should focus. When you concentrate on your assets, the world will come and join you in investing in it, as they've done with Dubai. And that's what they always do with London, with any city, that enables productivity. I think I would like to pause there.
Well, thank you. I'd like to thank Dr. Teriba for highlighting that very important aspect of what really drives growth in a globalized world. Staying on that theme, I will turn to Professor Ekong. A couple of years ago, I think it was 2017, part of this series, we had as keynote speaker Professor Paul Collier. And Professor Collier spoke to a point that Dr. Teriba has made here about cities, especially ocean-facing cities, as really the growth power drivers in the world. One of our guests that day was the governor of Lagos State, Mr. Akinwumi. And he was really fascinated by the Collier thesis and invited him back to speak at the 50th anniversary of Lagos that same year, later that year in May. Professor Ekong has, from his location in Uyo, which is very close to the Atlantic, had to engage these things. The blue economy. How can we, who have such a long coastline, build several ocean-facing cities that become growth hubs? Not Lagos trying to hog everything to himself and paralyzing activity. Papa can't seem to function and all of that. How can we build a major blue economy, ocean-facing cities that can be transforming and truly make us an economic powerhouse?
Thank you, Professor Utomi. I came to Lagos on your invitation to solve a problem and not to create more. Because I have noticed that economies create more problems than solve them. And I don't want to be in that jacket as a growing economist. So the main issue you drew on before I get to blue economy was the fact, or the issue concerning or about COVID-19 and Africa, whether what has happened or what is happening to Africa. And I want to start from even this hall as I came in here, because we are the ones killing ourselves. If you see the entrance to this stage, it is blocked by the loudspeakers. So before you enter the stage, you will fall. Nobody is taking care of the issue of HSC, because they want us to fall, and if we fall, they will have to go to hospital. That is Nigeria for you. When I saw it, I said, this vintage Nigeria. That's where we are going to. So two things happened in the world with COVID-19. And COVID brought something for Africans to see, and to see if we can manage ourselves. Two things that happened with COVID was production and trade. And when it halted production and trade because of the shutdowns, we saw Africa was in the cold. And the main characteristic of Africa is that we are a consuming economy. If you have competition in the world and everybody is looking for a market, and you have 1.3 billion people in Africa, which is a big market, why should that economy grow? That economy must not produce so you can sell your product. So what are we talking about production and selling? Until we realize the philosophy of our science that we need to come indoors, close our doors, close the windows, and maybe open some slits for air to come in to develop ourselves, nothing is going to happen, because the issues include only production and trade. Now we are in Africa. You made a statement as we came in. So when you were speaking, you are talking about the girl child. So for all the years I've taught in the university, the best students I've had are girls. First class, second class upper. Even for the ones I mentor, you'll be shocked if I tell you that not up to 5% pass through their career stage. They don't go to any career. They are first class, like the girl who's made first class in mathematics. God in ABU, God deposited that girl for Nigeria to solve our scientific and nuclear problems. But that girl, you're going to see family pressure tomorrow, telling the girl to marry. The girl marries, goes into a production factory. She won't come out until after 30 years. And you've killed that girl. That is what is happening to Nigeria, because we have strategically killed the girl child whom God sent to help Nigeria. So where are we? We have many issues in Nigeria. We can do so much about our development. But where is our government? There's competition all over the world. You can't take this out. Because when we talk about, everybody talks about UAE, Asian economies, these countries were developed by benevolent dictators. Some were military. We're not, like Asiodu said, we were not lucky to have military people who were benevolent enough to see the drive to develop Nigeria. That is where we are today. And we now have a democracy that throws up very incompetent leadership. And we're not going to change. It's going to be like this for the next 100 or 200 years. If we don't, yes, if we don't as a people, because if say citizens, if the citizens don't stand up to say, look, enough is enough, we want to correct Nigeria. So it's not just economics. It veers into the arena of politics. It veers into the arena of advocacy, which is what I've seen you done over the years. How can you have a country like Nigeria, over 930 kilometers shoreline? We're just by the sea. And Nigeria, in the Gulf of Guinea, or which is the Bight of Biafra, that's the largest colony of shrimps cultivation in the world. And nobody is talking about it. The Ebugo fishing terminal was built by the military in that place, and that place has totally gone. What is happening? Asiodu will tell us to the import substitution industrialization that this government, this country, once we had independence, the first people started thinking, how do we reduce import and make sure we produce locally? They put a lot of money to build those big factories. Today we are selling them out to the private sector. Why are we selling them out to the private sector? Because these people think better and longer than us. They have think tanks, which is what I want you to create. If we don't have a government that actually take the think tank or the thinking, one day a government will take it. Look at what they gave to us. They built a civil service, a public service, and they projected public administration. What is public administration? Whatever my boss says is the right. Secret is secret. And they went to the private sector and trained public sector managers, and they became managers. So I am really saying, for the public sector, our civil service, let us take those people and train them like managers. How did NEPA survive? NEPA almost died. Then the discos took over, and they took over the personnel from NEPA, and today they're making profit, whatever the case is. I don't want to go into it, but I want to say, let us go back to what we have. We have everything. Another example, sir, is Africa holds over 70% of mineral deposits in the world. 30.8 million square kilometers of land. And 60% of that land is arable. And Democratic Republic of Congo is the richest country in the world. But that country is the poorest, if you go there today. Because these people, it's the wealthiest, yes, but it's the poorest. Because if you go there, these people have planned. They know that if they allow you to bring your best friend, to bring the Utomis together, that country will be liberated. So when you are liberated, where will their market be? They won't have markets.
Well, thank you. You pose a very big challenge. I know that Professor Wu is oriented to big challenge problem solving. So I'm going to return to him. But to return in the context of something, a lot of growth and development that could take place on the continent of Africa, the excuse my using excuse here, excuse we often use is capital. There is no capital. Back in the 50s, there was an economist at Columbia University called Ragnar Noxe, and he used to say, capital is made at home. Through the years, we've seen a lot of light thrown on the challenge of capital by a Peruvian economist called Hernando de Soto in the Mystery of Capital, when he talks about the challenge of representational systems and why Africa has a lot of dead assets and doesn't become capital and stimulate growth. But more importantly, in recent times, we've seen globalization lead to enormous availability of capital. In fact, the French economist Thomas Piketty argues that there's never been as much capital available in human history. However, much of that capital is in a few hands. Actually, a couple of young men in California own more capital than the entire continent of Africa. So all this growth and development we're hoping for, how should we approach the capital that will drive it? I know that Ayo has this point that he makes very stoutly, which I accept and believe in, about how we should ready our assets to attract that capital. Piketty argues that we should force a redistribution of capital, sort of a la Marx, in a manner of speaking. But my view is that we should be beautiful brides that will make all that capital that's accumulated, because they don't know what to do with it, actually. Not that they don't know. They have plenty they can do with it, but it's not coming to us. It's available, it can come to us. But because we are not dressed up to be brides, that capital is not coming this way. And we're not able to convert much of the dead assets that we have into wealth, into quality of life for our people. How do we begin to do this? Professor Wu.
Before I get to that point, I think Dr. Tereba's point on cities should not be lost. You know, the unfortunate part about our urbanization is that urbanization should actually follow industrialization. But what has happened is that we are urbanizing without industrializing. You know, you're talking about jobless growth. And so our cities are not created as engines of innovation. And it's a point that, because cities by definition have a certain agglomeration that makes them attractive even for foreign investors. It is where you have the income, the middle income, the high income. And so production processes that take place around them are usually more efficient. Having said that, let me tell a story to answer your question. Obama asked the late Steve Jobs, why did you make iPhones in China? This is a story published by the Financial Times. And Steve Jobs went about telling the story in summarizing the story. But this journalist went to investigate what really happened. iPhone was coming out. Steve Jobs, people who knew him say he's a hard driver, he's tough, he likes to push his workers. So he took a sample of the iPhone, put it in his pocket, went home. You know, as usual, they will have announced a launch date several months. When he came back, he was very furious. The keys in his pocket scratched the phone, messed up things. He was not happy with the quality. After chastising the management, senior management, they had that date in mind. What are we going to do to meet the deadline? Two of them flew to China. And when they got to China, to their surprise, it seemed like there was an already made factory waiting for them. But more importantly, they were able to recruit close to 9,000 world-class engineers willing to work 12-hour shifts, with thousands of others, vocational skills, well-trained, waiting. Steve Jobs turned to Obama and said, if I were to recruit 8,900 engineers in America, it would take me at least 9 months to a year. But they did this recruitment in 2 weeks in China. I asked the question, in Africa, first of all, we don't have any world-class engineering facility. So we don't have world-class engineering output. Let's be honest about it. We have faculties of engineering, but have they produced world-class? So the question of dressing the beautiful bride, even China rising, Asia rising, they are built on human capacity, the foundation. So when we talk about science, is this STEM? Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. I remember in those days when we had shortage of teachers in the universities, the federal government offered scholarship. If you were studying education, you went to university free. There was bursary. Now we don't have one world-class engineering facility. And the lesson to be learned from the story on iPhone is that remember that China didn't go seeking iPhone, Apple to come to China. Apple went to China. So when all these people are leading delegations, we're looking for foreign investments, I'm laughing. The condition precedents, are they there? He's talking about assets as wealth. If there is huge insecurity, if your forest is occupied, if crime is there, if property rights cannot be respected, if I come here and I have a lawsuit and it will take forever, that's why every foreign agreement that people make between Nigerian business and abroad, they will say arbitration in London, arbitration in New York, because they don't trust that the arbitration here would take place. So everything is London. We need to have the building blocks, which is the human capacity. And that is why when we say 11 million children out of school, it's not a joking matter. It's not. But out of school children apart, what of those that are in school but they are not learning? No, you're talking about schooling. How many secondary school products from public schools can write a letter you can read? I'm talking about schooling without learning. We have all abandoned public school for the children of the poor, and we have all migrated to, in fact, we're even sending, I was traveling from Kenya the other day, and the airplane was filled with parents. So somebody sat next to me, and I said, what's going on? He said they went for a parents-teachers meeting in, there's a very good school in Kenya, in one rural Kenya. From Nigeria. I said I was returning from Nairobi, and the plane was filled with parents. So I started asking, well, what's going on? He said, oh, St. Augustine's in, that's where our children are going to school. So there is a flight by those who have, because if all of us were actually stuck in this process, maybe we will agitate for change. And I always say, why are we stopped? I'm surprised that Nigerians are surprised. Where do you think banditry came from? Banditry came from years of neglect. Someone is 18, 20, has never seen classroom. Wealth is not shared. The leadership is not concerned. So, Prof, the education of our people, and it's not just education that is targeted. One of the things we started doing, and that is why if you take a ministry like Ministry of Science and Technology, I don't know why it's not given the weight it deserves. I remember one time a minister from Delta was appointed, a lady from Delta was appointed Minister of Science and Technology. They started demonstrating where she came from. How can a minister from an oil producing country be given a third-class ministry? to run. In many serious countries, the Ministry of Science and Technology is in the office of the president. It's run by somebody of almost a prime ministerial rank. It is a first-class ministry. Because if we're talking about producing things, creating wealth, shared wealth, it is in the domain of science, technology, and innovation. We're actually describing an innovation economy when we say economy that produces, economy that converts your wealth. We are sitting on wealth. You know, no nation, and research this, has developed from subsoil assets, things that are buried on the ground. No. They develop from applying the knowledge. What does Japan have under the soil? Many of these countries, even China. You know, one of the explanations for China rising is the exploitation of what I call settled technology. How to make AC is already known. How to make a car is already known. How to make television is already known. And that is why countries like us can grow at 10%, because you are not doing an original R&D. The reason America cannot grow at 10% is that they already at their production possibility frontier. To shift it, you need to go and invest in research. But we that are way below can begin to grow 5–10% because the technology for creating an innovation economy is known. But you need scales. If it's known, can you translate it? I was reading this morning, a lab in South Africa has cracked the things that is in the vaccine of Moderna. That's a major feat. They have cracked it. So which laboratory do we have that can engage in this? And talking about post-COVID, what we have learned is, because we have missed so many opportunities in this country. I said in a piece I wrote one time, I said, this president of our country could have been a health innovator president because of his own crisis. If he had come home and said, wait a minute, I almost died. I need 2 world-class health facilities in this country so that no president after me will fly out. He will earn enormous, and the private sector will contribute to that. The people will rise out of sympathy if he had that rallying call and said, I want 2 world-class health facilities as a legacy, as a president who spent 100 days abroad. And that it should not happen again. But that's not what you see. And that is why the point being made by Dr. Chris Professor Chris Ekong is very important. In the final analysis, Prof, we will return to issue of leadership, nationhood, because people ask, why is it that these things don't happen? They don't happen because the nation has not been constructed. The leaders are not the ones that can enlarge the tribe. Enlarging the tribe means all of us belong to one tribe. But if you have not enlarged it, you are going to be running into these difficulties. So if I want to do Ibom Port, I will say, Ibom Port, what is the equivalent we can give Ibadan? And what's the equivalent we can give Sokoto? If we can't find these equivalencies, then let's leave Ibom Port. And then you read the history of how other countries have developed. Like I said earlier, China did not start development uniformly. There were regions, growth poles, as they call them, where these things emerged. Why is Innocent Motors not being supported as a Nigerian matter? before you start looking for equivalencies where they do not exist. So education. So public health, public education, in order to build the capacity, as my wife will always remind me, there is what they call under 5 malnutrition. When a kid is over 5 and the brain is not properly formed, you've lost the kid almost. You've lost the kid. So when people misbehave, my wife will say, how do you know it's not under 5 malnutrition? You have to excuse the person because at the formative stage, there were nutrient deficiency. Thank you.
Okay, am I allowed to quote Professor Osita Obu that a majority of our political class suffer from under 5? Okay, I don't have the authority. One of those online actually following us is a former Minister of Health, Professor Onyeuchi Chukwu. Well, can I quote you too on that? Okay, but really, very important points that are being made. And this is why we often confuse the challenge of development with everyday statistics, because values shape human progress. It is that orientation that leads us to making progress. We have had a fundamental problem as a country where we've allowed people who should not be near positions of public authority to be referred to as leaders. It goes against the grain of the understanding of the word leadership. You can be in position, but not a leader. And that's why in CVL, we emphasize the idea of the LWT, the leader without title, the leader who had no title. Because those who can must make the effort to lead, no matter what titles they may or may not possess. There is no question that our country is so fundamentally damaged by the kinds of people that are unfortunately in public authority because they don't have the capacity and don't have the sense of service. But we have to close very quickly, and we'll take from our other panelists quick reflections on what must we do to get out of this. We'll maybe take one or two after, but just to round up from the panel, one minute thoughts on what must, if there are 2-3 things we must prescribe that Africa, particularly Nigeria, needs to do to begin to truly grow and develop.
Well, thank you very much. I'll just respond to some of the issues that have already been thrown up. First, the world now have well-developed metrics for capturing some of the things. One new ranking that is now published periodically is the Elite Quality Index. And it basically ranks countries around the world on the basis of the elite. Are they motivated by the national interest? Or they're motivated by personal interest? Are they more likely to seek to make themselves better off at the expense of the country? Or are they more likely to sacrifice to make the country better off? And that may provide some answers, to some of the issues that.
By the way, very interestingly, I was just speaking last week about this point, and I offered 2 examples from the extremes. Lebanon is a country that has literally imploded from a liberal perspective because of elite selfishness. On the far end of a more Marxist doctrinaire, it's Venezuela, which has also literally collapsed because of elite interests. And the question is, Nigeria
more Lebanon, or is it? No, it's not Marxist, obviously. But Nigeria seems to be like in Lebanon.
Well,
Lebanese seem to be.
Well, the point basically is that in our 22 years of democracy, in our 23 years of democratic transition, you've had weaker, leaders who were perceived as strong. You've had those who were perceived as not strong. Let me not say, let me not say weak. At least you had the president who wrote a letter criticizing one president as, that his regime had 5 presidents, and he was number 5. So, but the point is that over those 22 years of democracy, we've, been victims of what we call state capture. You've allowed certain elements of the business and political elite to slice off the countries, and they see this space as mine, okay? And they exploit such spaces, whether in business, in politics, or economy, for personal interests. I'm saying none of the countries that are moving forward could move forward without dealing with that, in which the elite, protects the national interest. Everybody seeks gain, but the point is you seek the country's interest first. And when it's better for the country, it's better for everybody. China creates more billionaires. India will create more billionaires. But let China be rich first. Let India be rich first. Second, the only thing that the world has in abundance to give to any country is capital, is liquidity. Liquidity is so cheap in the world today that in some countries, interest rates are 0. Interest rates are negative. So for us to be talking about no capital, I read quotes. I hope it's not true. A particular minister being quoted that China doesn't lend us money anymore. We are now going to Europe. So why must Nigeria be borrowing? And I leave this point on the table. Time is fast spent. We've missed 80 years, of that surplus global liquidity, that we could connect local assets, local projects to global liquidity. We failed to, because Nigeria only offers debt issuance opportunities, and our debts get oversubscribed. We never offer equity issuance opportunity. I dare say that if you do offer equity issuance opportunities, they will similarly be oversubscribed, and you will be better off for it. You don't service equity. You don't repay equity. Equity puts pressure on you to be more efficient. Debt puts no pressure on you. You only need to put down a collateral. So I hope we get to a situation where we'll get a leadership that is honest enough to see that you cannot make progress. You can't optimize your assets by retreating from the market. The only way to optimize it, the best countries and companies in the world are listed, are open for public scrutiny. They get the money, but the scrutiny comes first because investors are not foolish. I think.
Thank you. We'll take a quick one from, and then we'll come to Izoma. Okay, yes, Izoma, you can say something.
So I think, if you look at the history since independence, the plans we had, the plans we didn't implement. Now we come to this, we've talked so many things. It starts with the character and motivation of the people in power. Now, what can we do now to change it? I mean, obviously, this present group, you know how much they spend to get to power. how much they must recoup it. So well, call it step aside. Is it possible for us now? How can we do it? Get a new set of people who understand these problems and are willing to do something about it. They themselves first will agree that you don't go into politics to go on the Forbes list. One. Two, we must agree to make arrangements whereby spending a lot of money may not take you there. All older democracies limit what you can donate to a party, how much the party can spend, and so forth and so on. We must, probably we have some elements of that here, but no enforcement because of this impunity we have imposed on us since 1975. You know, get there, you can do what you like. So we were consulting before COVID among some elders to see if across the divide, state, religion, and all that, you could see in each state, they don't need to be more than 12. Get them together. So I'm sorry Dr. Moghalu has gone. Last time, young people, they were in 9 different parties. Obama showed, with their demography and all that, if 30, 40 million young people contribute 10,000 each, they will outspend many godfathers. We were thinking, how do we get these young people? But they must be united against a well-articulated 20-year, 25-year program, so that there will be continuity, not what we have suffered. You know, is it possible? I was happy when NSAS was showing that there were some young people in consultations. I was very sad when it was forced underground because, but by young people, mark you, I mean people between 25 and 67. Because at 67, you still have 10 vigorous years. You know, I don't mean, you know, and some of them are misbehaving. They are in power. Some of them are 50, 54, 55. But because of their background. So what can we do to get these younger ones, when they agree, they have this education, is number one, and quality education, so that whether you're a poor child or not, you, like in America, can guarantee good education in a public place. The rich people can still be doing what they do, but most of us speaking, by generation, public schools we went to, and I went from King's College to Oxford. No apologies, you know, no stress, so forth and so on. So we must do that. Two, in the old days, you had good trade centers. Now you have fantastic Microsoft English, skill incubation, so and so, equipment lying there for years, not utilized. You now want a good cook, a good welder, Togo or somewhere. It used to be from Nigeria in those days. Can we really do that? Because if we don't, then the third thing is health. I was in the Ministry of Health when Dr. Utomi was minister, had his plans about primary health centers, and so forth and so on. I think Kuti built on that. All that we've, like everything else, degraded. How do we? Because these are the practical things we must think about, because otherwise you talk all this, you send the conclusions, they will read it or not read it. But if he has sold his house to become whatever it is, you know, unfortunately for me, 1999, I was in the government, so to speak. The combined recurrent capital expenditure of the National Assembly, that is House of Reps and senators, was, I think, 14 billion. I found myself again in a Presidential Advisory Council 2010, investigating how they departed from RAMAC recommendations. By that time, the combined current and recurrent had come to 140 billion. So when we are talking about capital, there's a lot of money here, which we can reorganize. I've publicly and privately recommended salary structure, President 35 million gross, not the 212 million senators get million naira. I've shown this thing, but can we, if we get these young people, or younger people, not necessarily young, many of you here are still qualified. Now, so, but they will agree themselves to stick to this. And also we will intervene with the private sector. Some of the things they pay, really as if we had the GDP of America, you know? It's terrible. And so this is a real problem. How do we get a new set of people sworn to a 20, 25-year vision to take us to the first world and global significance? Because Nigeria is key. This is the only country of sizable population and resources which can be globally significant. And we had hoped if the third plan, fourth plan, fifth plan were implemented, that by 1999, Nigeria would have exited completely from poverty, illiteracy, and all those things, and would have done for the black man what the Japanese did for the yellow man under the Meiji Restoration. How do we manage to get these younger people against this long-term program? Then all these things we are talking about would happen. You know, we beg them, even when you say they are helping themselves. Do you really help yourselves when you've created so much insecurity? You cannot even move from your house. And I think it was in the time of Aristotle. He said, one great philosopher said, when the poor have nothing to eat, they will eat the rich. Is it really intelligent? Is it really self-interest to create this kind of situation we have in Nigeria? I'm afraid now, even during the Civil War, I could fly to Jos, borrow a car, drive to Yankari, you know. Now I can't go to Agege after 7:30 in the night from my house. So I would want us, please, we have identified the problems, said, but what mechanics, how can we now get a people across the divides? In the time of Zik and Co, we didn't talk so much about tribalism, you know. And even Sadwana, religion or no religion, if you were a northerner, automatic scholarship, and so on. When did we descend to this situation? What can we do? This is really the challenge. Are you?
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Izoma. I was actually going to come to you to make these kinds of comments after they finished, but it came right on time when the fire was really, and yeah. So I'll just take a 1-minute closing remark from Professor Ekong on the question that was asked.
Thank you. Mine will be less than 1 minute.
I don't know that anybody burning to ask a question? Oh, 3 have indicated. Okay. So very quickly we'll take those. Yes.
Specifically for Nigeria, we have one product that we are selling and we're making money. The day we don't sell that product, we are in recession. And that one product is oil. Today we have the petroleum industry law. And that law, the way we've made it beautiful, everybody's clapping for it. The industry is clapping and the private sector is clapping. But nobody has interrogated that law. By next year or this year, when it's fully implemented, that may lead, there may be a big implosion. So the issue is going to come from community. That law has not been able to define community. Who is the impacted community? Whose community is something passing through? And who is a community that will sit on the board that will share the money that goes to a community? And the day that happens, just know that will not produce oil in Nigeria. So why don't we, like a center, start interrogating for government to start now to define who is a community that's impacted? That's what I wanted to pass to you.
So we'll very quickly take some questions. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I think microphones should be able to go now. Just
all right, Usher, please go straight to the point. Don't tell us a story about what happened in 1942. Just tell us your name and ask your question. Usher, please.
Good afternoon.
So after
representing we the women of Nigeria.
Thank you.
I've been a former ambassador and all of that. Here. The most important issue about PVC. Make sure everybody who is 18 in your household has a PVC. Make sure your neighbors have a PVC. We should treat it as war. The next set of leaders that are coming out to say they want to lead us, we should have a say. We should be determined. I think that will be the starting point for all of us. We give opportunities, we give statistics and all of that. That does not help the woman who is selling in the street corner and she can't feed her children. So please, our appeal is simple. Please go out and get your voter's card.
Thank you very much. Go out and get your voter's card.
Okay. Izoma is saying that beyond the PVC does not produce the party candidate, we need to produce the candidates that person can vote for.
Indeed.
Okay.
Indeed.
Right. Now,
all right, please quickly come
okay,
forward.
we'll take the gentleman in the corner there. Okay.
Just come.
And then afterwards behind.
Please go straight to the points, please.
I want to say that for the growth of Africa, two things must be recognized and we should start doing it immediately. The first one is human development. We have a lot of human resources in Nigeria, but there's a need for orientation that instead of being self-seeking, we should be that minded to serve the society. There's there's a need for that kind of engineering. Then the second aspect is the systems. When I talk of system, first and foremost, you talk of the system of government. Like, for example, in Nigeria, we had a lot of dictatorship which have not allowed development. Even the civilian administration is under unitary system of government and dictatorial, and have never allowed development. So there's a need to restructure the systems of government in Africa.
Thank you.
I saw one Ambassador Abbott here is from African Union. Please take note of that. I think there's a need for African Union to advise the different countries that are having problems in Africa for the system of government that will suit them. For example, in Nigeria, we'll be asking for restructuring of the present unitary system of government into the true fiscal federalism based on the devolution of power. And we believe that if this is done, there will be a conducive environment like we had in the First Republic for development.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just pass the mic to him.
Okay, you pass
the mic to him.
Behind you. And
Very
then
good
we'll take Ambassador
afternoon,
Keshi.
Please
and then
go
we'll
straight to the point.
Happy birthday, Professor Pat Okedinashi, my mentor. I have to quickly say that. Thanks a lot, sir. Now, I would like to let us know that Nigeria in particular and Africa in general can move away from the narrative of a country or continent that thrives knows to a formidable country and continent of great people if you can tap on the power of a population. A 1.3 billion population or 230 million Nigerians is a great asset if you know how to use it. In the fact that if you come together with some vibrant young people, we have been talking something about it, even writing to a political gang about it, Mays, you must have seen in those times, that these people are just to be tapped. And when they are tapped, they know that something is going to fall back to them when they sacrifice this to people. Like you said, leadership is sacrificing yourself for the good of others. So what is lacking are three. I have to quickly say them. One, lack of trust, lack of leadership, and then the wherewithal to bring about this innovation that will bring about the good for Nigeria. Nigeria will come out of whatever problem we have economically if we can do that. I'm saying that leadership at the center is not trusted. And nobody wants to put, those young people want to put their money there so they know that nothing is going to come. Then people who don't have trust that when the money is, whatever they pay, we will return to them as a refund. And then we can go forward.
Thank you. We're going to come this way very quickly, but Gift and Co. Can we see some of the people on Zoom just to get a sense for those that are so on?
All right, I think you want to respond. I think the final point that he made was Professor.
Okay, Wally.
No, sorry, he just buttressed your point.
No, there are no questions on that. Yeah, but all right, yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make allusion to Olawale Okuni of the National Consultative Front. And Mr. Chairman raised a very cogent issue that we need to do something. All good people must come together in one basket. You need, because the politics of a country can mess up your economy, your economic plan. That's the basis. And therefore, what we need to do, if we know that PDP and APC have messed up, we need to begin to gather ourselves together in one basket. Call it any force, alternative force. For us to be able to work, have a formidable force, to be able to defeat them at the polls. All our PVC will become useless by the time we don't have a party of our own and we don't have a candidate of our own. So that is my recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we can wrap up now.
Yeah, so that's well, I want to thank you also very much for this very valuable conversation. I would just like to urge that we be minded to doing something ourselves and not just to outsource it to some people. If everyone here makes an effort, we can change this country. It's very easy, really easy. I mean, I was on television yesterday night and I was giving a simple illustration. Almighty Lagos. How many people voted for the current governor? How many? 400 and something thousand. Total voting was like, I don't know, 700,000. The actual people voted for. It means that if we take just LASU, Unilag, 4 or 5 universities, we have enough people to defeat these people. Just get the students there to vote. Not to talk of if we can mobilize all the Nigerians who have just turned their back on the process. There's a group that's trying to raise 40 million votes across Nigeria. Let's assume that they succeed in raising 15 million votes. They can deliver a president. Very simple. But the things that we've got to believe that it can be done, and we've got to know that it can be done. And what this conversation tells me is that our country lies prostrate when it should not, because what should be done and can be done is known, but we are not doing. I wrote a book that was published last year that accused many of us in this room and online of being part of a complicit middle. A do-nothing middle that turns out, you know, complicit in their own undoing because they choose not to act. But if every Nigerian who thinks can actually commit themselves to persuading just 2 other people that the time to do something is now, and not eventually, now, we can get rid of these people who were undernourished at 5. Is that what you said? The nutrients under 5, malnutrition. And we can have a country, because what we have is an embarrassment. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Utomi. I'd like to invite TK to step up for a short musical interlude. And as I ask all our panelists to stand for a group photograph, please, all of you stand and move to the center for a group photograph. Chairman Izoma, Asiodu, please rise just for a minute. Photographers, please let's quickly capture this while TK comes. And let me take the opportunity to recognize Eileen Shine, Charles Obi, Chris Asoluka, Adenike Grange, Onyebuchi Chukwu, Makoju Gladys. Please, if you can scroll the screen to the other section. There's several people joining us online. Let's just acknowledge them. Photographer, please, quickly. He's going to the center of the hall. And I would also like to use the opportunity to recognize our partners, Dates Nature Support Nutrients Limited, Access Bank Limited, Benson Idahosa University, Nimasa, Bon Voyage, MTN, Internet Solutions, Nigeria. This music interlude is very, very important. It buttresses or it lends credence to all what we have been talking about. Please pay attention. TK, please come to it.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I stand on existing protocol, please? It's our wish that Nigeria will be a better place for us. It feels like the impossible dream, but it's absolutely possible. So today I have the honor of doing this beautiful song, The Impossible Dream. Thank you very much.
to dream the impossible dream, to find the unbeatable form, to bear the unbearable sorrow, to run where the brave cannot go, to run the unrightable wrong, and to run you're chased from afar, to try when your arms are too weary, to reach the unreachable stars. This is my plan, to follow the stars, no matter how hopeless, no matter how far, to fight for the right without question or power. Are we willing to march into hell, but hell will come? And I know if only we true to this glorious square, that my heart will lie peaceful and calm when I'm laid to my rest, and the world will be better for peace. That one man, scorned and covered with scars, still strong with his last words of courage, so reach the unreachable, the unreachable, the unreachable star. Thank you.
And I want to say thank you. Me, I should calm down, but he got an applause. Okay, clap for him through me. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the cutting of the birthday cake. It's the high point of today, so everybody, please approach the cake. Professor Utomi and his guests and the panelists.
Yes.
So please, Anuli and ushers, let's do this very quickly.
You have to move the television. You have to move that a bit. Thank you.
Factors that affect changes in the foreign policy. One is the focus and the vision of leadership. The focus and vision of whoever is the head of state. If it's conservative, like Balewa was, the foreign policy will reflect that conservative orientation.
Part of the problem in Nigeria is that lack of consistency.
All right, please, let's do this very quickly. Professor Utomi, your hand on the cutlass. Sorry, the machete. Oh, I meant the knife. All right, please, can we do this very quickly? Please, can you turn down the volume of that thing, please? Together, we will spell Utomi. Are we ready? Prof, your hand there. Give me a universal U. Give me a Titanic T. Give me an outstanding O. Give me a magnificent M. Give me an incredible I. Happy birthday, Professor Utomi. Take it down. Thank you very much. All right, you can join him now. The children, please come close. Please, let's hold on. We're going to take turns to call everybody. Please hold on until it's your turn. One, two, three, go. Thank you very much. Thank you. That's it. Can the children now please come? Can the rest of us please excuse? Hold on. All right. Please, can we now excuse? Let the children join their dad, please. All right, thank you. You can now excuse, let the children join, please. All right, let's do this very quickly. And members of staff of CVL, please come close. Members of staff of CVL, please come close. You're next. Members of staff of CVL, you're next. At the count of three, this is over. 1, 2, 3. Thank you, children. You can go back to your seats. Members of staff of CVL, please. Members of staff of CVL, the Center for Values in Leadership, John Joseph, Anuli, come up stage. This way, come up stage. Staff of CVL, please. All right, this is over at the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. No, hold on. John Joseph, hold on. This is not staff yet. John Joseph, this is not staff yet, please. All right. Thank you, everybody. Now the staff, all the staff can go and join. Members of staff of CVL, members of staff alone, please, quickly. Anuli, please join. Please join. Members of staff of CVL, we're doing this in 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. And that will be all, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to invite, we'd like to watch a short, there's going to be a short video. What the video? Can you play it now? The NHS video. Please play the NHS video now.
Vision of leadership. The focus and vision of whoever is the head of state. Firstly, will be his ideological disposition. If he's conservative,
I'd like to invite Isioma for the vote of thanks.
Foreign policy will reflect that.
Vote of thanks, please.
Conservative orientation.
Part of the problem in Nigeria is that lack of consistency. Today in the United States, this is 21st century, I'm telling you right now, the transport and auto industry components are about 14% of the manufacturing value added. Think about it, 14% of the manufacturing value added. You started already making automotives in the 70s. Just think about it. All those experts you have in Newi making fake spare parts, in Enugu, some of the factories you had there. Imagine if you had stuck to it, how much you would have been doing in global systems with just auto components.
So what you need, the basic ingredients are you need good physical connectivity, roads to ports, to airports, and you need cheap and reliable energy, which means electricity. And cheap and reliable electricity is something that Nigeria has never had. But it's not that difficult. And that's that combination, get the connectivity, the physical connectivity, get the energy. That's the job for governments to do. Doesn't have to be done nationally. It can be done at the regional level. You know, the Lagos state is a perfect, sensible entity to be responsible for the electricity in Lagos state and for the physical connectivity in Lagos state.
We had no formal comprehensive health policy before. Policy statements were made in the National Development Plan, but we didn't have a document that we call the health policy of Nigeria. But Professor Olikoye Ransom developed the first comprehensive national health policy and strategy. And it was entitled National Health Policy and Strategy to Achieve Health for All Nigerians. This was in 1988. So, and PHC was the cornerstone of that policy.
The best thing we can do now is leverage on the private sector. And exactly what you said, Professor Utomi. And I'm not talking Aja and Lekki. Go to Kayama. Go to Kayama in Kwara State. There are banks there. You walk into a bank, you can get an ATM card in 15 minutes. You cannot tell me that to activate health information system, you cannot ask the banks to assist you and give women and children a health card.
That's the whole essence of governance. So it doesn't really matter who is doing what, but we just want to be sure that people are getting the benefit that that should go to them as a people within a given community. Because when you look at the definition of a democracy itself, it's about people, government of the people, by the people, for the people. So the common denominator is the people. So whatever that and however we do it to get benefits to the people is welcome. And I want to tell you without mincing words that I key into that and I welcome it.
If we continue to focus our roundtables on politics, we will never get to where we're going. But if we get the people that are supposed to be the professionals together, which is what Professor Utomi is referring to, public, private coming together for the same cause. But everybody knowing, why am I here? Why am I in this group?
All right.
Am I here for the betterment of the country? Or am I here for the betterment of my own self?
Sometimes when people of my generation speak the way we speak, it's because we have history behind us. It's because we know that at a time when good governance was reigning in this country. Talented people were able to make progress and do things for the good of the country.
Good afternoon, everyone. If we could just round up the video, thank you so much. So I'd just like to give the vote of thanks. I'd like to thank you all so much. Thank you all so much for being here at the CVL annual lecture. To the audience, those who are physically here and those online, we know there are many demands on your time on a Monday, so we are very grateful for your presence. To all our distinguished speakers and panelists, we thank you for the engaging conversation and look forward to seeing more of you in the future. To our sponsors and our partners, to NIMASA, the Musun Center, Hotel Bon Voyage, ISN Internet Solutions, MTN, Access Bank, and Date Nature Support Limited. We are very grateful for your support that allows us to run programs such as this one. To the CVL team, we're a very small team, but they never fail to step up to the plate for all our ongoing programming, training, and events, and they truly deserve a round of applause. So once again, thank you so much for being here. Please follow us on social media to be up to date on our upcoming events. And we look forward to seeing you in the future. Have a safe journey home. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll see you on Tuesday, February 6th next year. Thank you.
We've been talking a while, looking at everything bright. Road and she asked me I'm fine, just don't let me go. There came a time when you were the only one. You were the only one, the only one. Maybe I could be your only prize. Maybe you could light it wide. Even when I'm falling back, you still believe I tried. Maybe we could be a symphony, and maybe I could learn to play. You could write that story, while I just ride the wave. We're at the end of the line. She keeps me from holding. I hear voices woken from my sleep. I'm haunted by